And so now we have a new introduction that the husband of these, in this situation, if he would like to marry, he must marry and give legal status to captives of warfare. The passage that is used here to protect these girls is the Hebrew word that signifies them as Isha, or young, that is, young girl. So here we have for the first time the protection of the youth in the ancient world through Mosaic law, Deuteronomy 21. This passage and no other passage, this passage does not allow for rape. In fact, it forbids rape, and all other passages that discuss the possibility of rape are also explicit in condemnation in the Torah and in the Old Testament. In Numbers 31, which is a passage often cited by Muslims and others who critique this, there's nothing said about sexuality in this passage. In fact, the context is Numbers 25, that a Moabite or a Midianite person was to be not allowed in because of the previous warfare that the Israelites had engaged against them for enticing them to worship Baal and to commit orgies. But since these were not that generation, this next generation was to be protected, and you spared the virgins. They could then become members of the covenant community. You raised them, and then at a certain age you could marry them. This did not allow for rape. In fact, rape is forbidden. Deuteronomy 21, 10 to 14. You are not allowed to defile the girls. And then later on, they are women in the Numbers and Deuteronomy passage. So in other words, it goes from young girls to, as they become older, they become members of the covenant community. They have certain legality and protection. Now, that is totally contrary to the typical attitude that we have amongst Muslim critics of the Old Testament, particularly the passages in Numbers and Deuteronomy that are often cited. They're actually the opposite, the beginning of the protection of all classes of society. As we get into modern civilization, we look back to our precedents, our heritage. That is Roman law, that is common law, that is biblical law, that is canon law. All of these legal traditions have an important, crucial history when it comes to forming the society in the order that we have. Certainly, I do not agree with every aspect of postmodern or even post-Enlightenment society. The Enlightenment certainly had some good critiques of its previous papal civilization. But prior to that, there is the unknown imperium again of Byzantium. When the Christian church was founded, the Christian church was a tiny group that believed that it was the fulfillment of everything that Old Testament religion was pointing to. The Old Testament bequeathed to it not just the general law of the Ten Commandments, but many other principles, including the notion of not just civil law that's based around the deity, but also canonical law or church law. Church law, for example, in the West began to give the accused rights. We might hear or think about the Inquisition. And although I don't agree with everything to do with the Roman Catholic Church, there's sometimes a bad attitude is given towards the Inquisition because we think of only the bad things. But actually one of the things that the Inquisition introduced based on biblical principles was the idea of the rights of the accused, was the idea of defense of the accused. So a lot of the great heritage that we have in Western tradition does come from, again, not just Christian civilization, not just biblical texts, but also many examples of the appropriation and application of those principles. It's not just the legal realm and the realm of duties and obligations, etc., or protecting those that might be at a lower class. We also have the notion of universities, the notion of hospitals, the notion of advancements in technology, which no other civilization or society was able to achieve like we have achieved. Again, certainly we've gone off in a wrong direction. But to blame that on Christianity, as I suspect some will do, I don't know, is in fact false. In other words, we can look at many religious societies in Islamic countries who were formerly dedicated to the principles of Islam and also took a secularizing or a liberalizing journey. Interestingly, many of the countries that are Islamic that went in a secularizing, industrializing pathway actually became monetarily successful. Other countries remained and are noted by many of the features that I'm sure everybody remembers, the Andrew versus Daniel Hakikiju debate. That's kind of a classic. That highlighted a lot of the moral failures and features of a lot of Islamic society. I'm not going to rehearse that debate. I think everybody remembers that. So you have that in kind of in your mind. I want to focus on the other aspects that I think are also crucial kill shots for the attempt at thinking that Islamic society is some goal or some beneficial, better position. When we talk about what's the good, or how would we judge between Christianity, in my view, Orthodox Christianity being more advantageous to society versus Islam, I think we have to, first of all, think about what the good is. When we think about the type of deity that we have in Christianity, which is the focal point, right? We have, for example, the idea of the balance of the one and the many. Of course, Jake does not like the Trinity, but he has the same problem as we've highlighted in our previous debates, that when he tries to harmonize the 99 ontologies of Allah with the singular essence of Allah, he's got the same metaphysical problem. For us, we don't actually think that God being one and three is a problem. In fact, this becomes the pattern and the principle not just for church governance with bishops and many people, also, though, for the governance of society. Many Orthodox theologians have pointed out that the idea of the imperium, many nations united by one faith, was the glue that held the greatest civilization together in history, namely Byzantium. Byzantium was founded around the Code of St. Justinian, one of the great emperor saints, and St. Justinian was noted for shutting down many of the pagan philosophical academies. When those academies were shut down, particularly the Platonic academies, they were able to apply Aristotelian principles, not in toto, but many Aristotelian practical philosophical principles to the Eastern Roman Imperium, or Byzantium, to again create the most successful empire in world history. We're talking about 1,000+ years of thriving and surviving. We're talking about the greatest monetary policy in world history until they began to money clip. Okay, money clipping. I think you know what I'm talking about. Debasing the currency, right? And I think, again, that's just one ethical principle that we could think of. Christian society forbade usury prior to that. Now, granted, I think Islam would also agree with that. But the point here is that what actually began the unraveling of Byzantium was, in fact, the principles of monetary debasement, usury, and then opening the door to Islam. That led to the collapse of Byzantium. Islam began to have what some have called a golden age, and this was what would characterize the rise of the Ottomans. Now, since the Ottoman decline, when the British Empire became the next successful world empire, the Islamic world has tended, I'm not saying that they all agree, but they've tended to speak of a decline and a desire to return to this golden age. And certainly we could say, well, Jay, don't you also think that there's a Byzantine golden age? I don't think that we can ever rebuild something from the past. The famous historian Oswald Spengler, philosopher of history, noted that you can never recreate a past civilization, but you can build on what is there, standing on the shoulders of giants. And so I would say that the key point that we have lost in the West is probably something that he and I would agree on. The transcendent, the idea that law and society do have to be arranged around the transcendental idea of a god or of a deity. However, if that deity is a deity that, as the Quran says in multiple places, that he is the greatest of deceivers, that's probably not going to be good for society. In Christianity, we have a different idea of who God is. God is not just a single Unitarian, unknowable deity, unlike anything in the world, but he is rather one of us in the sense of becoming incarnate. He's not only one of us, but he's immanent and he's transcendent. He also gives us practical living, practical ways to understand and to know and to love people. And so love becomes a very crucial feature that is not really present in the Islamic ethos. I am not saying in some hippy-dippy sense that we base society upon just love, bro. No, I'm saying that we base it around what the Bible and the principles of the church say love is, which is the Ten Commandments, and which is to guard those who are the weak, those who are our children, those who are our progeny. But in Quran 4:24, which is a passage not abrogated, we have the statement that you may take those in captivity amongst the women, that which your right hand possesses. This is a very famous phrase. It's discussed many, many times by many Islamic scholars. And the hadiths also explain that what this means, and it has not been abrogated, is that In many cases, you are obliged to marry, but in some cases, if it's a war captive, you can sex them up. Right? That doesn't sound like the same ethic. It doesn't sound like the same deity. And remember, the passages in Deuteronomy 21 and Numbers 31 were not advocating for sexual license and rape with those captives. In fact, it is the opposite. You shall not sell her for money is in fact what it says. Now, how many? 30 seconds. And so what I think we want to see is that in the Islamic conception of God and society, it is a master-slave relationship. In the Christian conception of society, there is the honor and duty that we owe to God, and that forms the basis of the law in the society. And the church becomes that foundation. And in Islamic civilization, you'll find out that all of the great philosophy and the ideas are actually cribbed from the Greeks, which is actually part of the Western civilization.
Thank you very much for that opening. Jake will give you the same 12 and a half minutes, and the timer is set for you on your first word. I'll start it.
Good?
Yes.
All right, thanks. I'm back here again, and I'm definitely outnumbered, as usual, but it's fine. I have no problem with it. I actually appreciate a lot of what Jay had to say regarding Christianity, but unfortunately, I don't think that the biblical text supports his position, and I don't think that many people in the audience would, but we'll see. Anyway, tonight's question is not which religion is true. Jay and I can debate that another night, and we've kind of debated that in another circumstance. Tonight's question is practical. Which faith is better for society? And Jay has already told us how to decide it. I'm going to quote some of the things from his previous videos. In his own lecture on this subject, he said the whole matter comes down to one thing, where there is, quote, a revealed doctrine of governance or not, whether there is or not. A revealed doctrine. I accept his standard completely, so hold both of us to it tonight. And let me propose how we measure the results. A society is doing well when families hold together, when its people are sober, when the poor are provided for, when children are actually born, and when the faith of their fathers actually reaches the sons. Family, sobriety, charity, continuity, transmission. If Jay objects to any of these, let me know which one. One clarification before we begin, and it matters for how you score this debate. Jay typically, although there was a little bit of mixture in that opening statement, does not defend the Christianity of modern America or Europe. In his own words, and I quote, "In reality, democracies are oligarchies." He rejects the liberal West root and branch. So tonight, he cannot borrow its prestige, although I think he kind of did that. He must defend what his tradition actually built when it held power. And he has told us what that is. He did in the opening statement. He says, and I quote, that the Symphonia was the norm throughout the Byzantine period. He's fixated on Byzantium as an Eastern Orthodox Christian, which I understand. Byzantium and Tsarist Russia. That is his exhibit, so hold him to that. Here's my case in one sentence. Islam offers society a revealed order, a living history, and measurable results, and orthodoxy on all three counts offers none. First, revelation versus improvisation. Jay says the question is a revealed doctrine of governance. Very well. Open the New Testament and look for one. There is no criminal code, no commercial law, no constitution, no system of taxation for the poor. Jesus, peace be upon him, said plainly, "My kingdom is not of this world." And in Luke chapter 12, a man brings him the ordinary social dispute, the most ordinary social dispute imaginable, an inheritance. And Jesus answers, and I quote, "Man, who made me a judge or an arbiter over you?" He declines to legislate. We must also never forget that Protestantism came out of Christianity, which Jay critiques, and I appreciated much of what he said in his recent interview with Tucker, and was the eventual springboard to modern secular liberalism, which we both critique, which now pervades throughout Western society, both in government and the minds of the people. All of this happened because the Bible and Christianity failed to set down clear regulations for society. Compare that with the Quran, which in chapter 4 legislates inheritance and whose longest verse is entirely devoted to contracts and debt. One revelation refuses the question of social order, the other answers it in detail. The earliest Christians read their scriptures exactly this way. In the epistle to Diogenes, boast that Christians dwell in their homelands as sojourners. Tertullian declared that there was nothing more foreign to Christians than public affairs. Origen explained that Christians decline public office altogether. And on this, remarkably, Jay agrees with me. These are his words, and I quote, "In the first few centuries of Christianity, they weren't intent on converting the emperor or bringing in a Christian empire." Close quote. Exactly so. For 300 years, the church was apolitical, by its own proud self-description and by Jay's own admission. So where did Orthodox civilization come from? Jay kind of already admitted it. Not from the gospel, from the empire. Christianity became a state religion by the decree of a Roman emperor, Theodosius, in 380. Its civil law was Justinian's code, Roman law, which Jay did say. But it was Roman law lightly sprinkled with holy water. Symphonia is Roman imperial architecture with icons on the walls. I call it what it is, baptized Rome. Byzantium is not Christianity's design for society, it is Christianity's lack of a design filled in by Caesar. Islam is the mirror opposite. Our prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, did not merely preach a society, he governed one. In Medina, under a written constitution with revealed law covering family, contracts, crime, and a mandatory tax for the poor. We did not borrow a social order from a dying empire, we received one from heaven. By Jay's own criterion, a revealed doctrine of governance, there is exactly one candidate on the stage. Second, the historical record. Suppose we grant him his baptized Rome, how did it perform? Judge the system by what it did to its own saints. In the 7th century, emperors imposed the monothelite heresy, meaning Christ only had one will in the incarnate state, as a state policy. The man who resisted, Maximus the Confessor, whom Jay venerates as his church's great theologian, had his tongue cut out and his right hand cut off by the Orthodox emperor's state and died in exile. In the 8th century, Emperor Leo banned the icons, and a council under his son ratified it. It was a doctrine dictated from the throne for over a century. And in 1721, fast forwarding, Peter the Great did not merely pressure the church, he abolished the Patriarchate of Moscow and ran the church as a government department under a lay bureaucrat for nearly 200 years. This is not one bad king, this is a system with no breaks. And his own church's law tells us why. Every state on earth rests at bottom on the lawful sword. Armies, courts, and punishment. But listen to Orthodoxy's own canon law about that sword. St. Basil's 13th canon, ratified as binding law by his church's own councils, says that the killing in war that is not reckoned as murder is even pardonable in defense of piety, and yet leaves the hands not clean and counsels the soldier to abstain from communion for 3 years. Lawful and yet still defiling. And when Emperor Nicephorus Phocas, a warrior of the church itself venerates, asked the patriarch to crown his fallen soldiers as martyrs when they were facing Muslims, the patriarch refused him, citing that very canon. It is recorded in his church's own canonical commentaries. A church whose priests may not bear arms, whose soldiers need 3 years as cleansing after lawful war, is a church whose own law declares the state's business is not our business. Symphonia did not fail by accident. It was a marriage the bride's own law forbade, which is why again and again the groom simply took command. And then later, the ledger, Byzantium fell 1453. We know who that was to. Tsarist Russia destroyed 1917. Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, all of the crowns gone. Greece, an Orthodox nation voting freely, abolished its monarchy in 1974, 69% to 31. Tonight, the number of Orthodox monarchies on earth is exactly 0. And I do not need to argue the conclusion, because Jay has argued it for me. His words, although he was a little bit softer, but this is what he said in the video on the topic, restoring this system is, quote, not viable and way down the road. His words, quote, it's LARPing to act like we're going to resurrect the Byzantine Empire. It's come and gone, dude. Yeah, it has. It's come and gone, dude. LARPing, Jay's word, not mine. Meanwhile, Islamic law has been continuously practiced for 14 centuries and orders the daily lives of 2 billion people today. His model is a museum piece. Mine opens for prayer 5 times a day. Third, measurable results. Because better for society is an empirical claim, let us measure. Take one social poison, alcohol, 2.6 million deaths every year by the World Health Organization's count, with a massive share of the world's homicides, traffic deaths, and battered families. Islam solved this by revelation 14 centuries ago, and Muslim societies sit at the bottom of the world's consumption tables, while the heartland of Orthodox monarchy became the world's case study in alcohol catastrophe. And Islam does not merely prohibit, it provides. Zakat, a mandatory transfer of wealth to the poor. Not charity we recommend, but law we obey. And the deepest measure, does the society continue? And does the faith transmit? Orthodoxy's heartlands are demographically collapsing. And after 1,000 years of symphonia, 6% of Orthodox Russians attend church weekly. Meanwhile, Muslims maintain the highest religious retention on earth. Islam is the fastest growing faith in the world. And on this, once more, I call Jay as my witness. His words in his own lecture, Islam is, quote, destroying the West, theologically, philosophically speaking, demographically speaking, close quote. He meant it as an indictment of the West's weakness, but hear what he conceded on the very measures this debate is about. He grants that Islam prevails. One tradition kept its children, the other kept its icons. So let me close where I began. Jay said the question is whether there is a revealed doctrine of the magistrate. I agree. I have shown you the revealed order his scriptures lack and mine contain. A history in which his system devoured its saints, was disqualified by its own canons, and then went extinct, not coming back by Jay's words, while mine never stopped, and measurable results in sobriety, charity, families, and faith transmitted. Results he has conceded in his own voice. He must now show you a Christian social order that came from Christ rather than Caesar, a mechanism that stops the next Peter the Great, a single living example of what he proposes, and results measured in lives, not incense. A kingdom not of this world cannot govern this world. Islam was sent to do exactly that. That is why on the question before us tonight, the answer is Islam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that opening.
We have like a little rebuttal, because if we immediately go into the 60 minutes, we won't be. There's a lot that came up, so could we have like a 5-minute back and forth, and then you do the open part, or no?
I have to defer to Jake just because you guys
Yeah.
already agreed on the format. So Jake, whether you want to grant that or a hybrid of something like that, or
How about 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Time?
5 and 5,
deal.
and
All
then
right.
and then open. Is that cool?
You got it. I've got the timer set for you for that 5-minute rebuttal. Jay, the floor is all yours.
Yeah, only because a lot of things were brought up, which is fine. I know in an opening statement a lot's going to be brought up, and of course you can respond to. I want to note that. So first of all, yeah, I've said democracies are fake and gay many times over. So, I mean, a lot of repeating all the stuff that I said, and I think everybody here would agree democracy is fake and gay. So now we have a constitutional republic, and it is possible for a constitutional republic to be Christian or to be Christianized. I don't deny that. It's just that that doesn't exist in the history of the church. The normative principle of the history of the church is, in the Orthodox Church, for example, a coronation service where you have a king coronated by the church, and so the authority for the temporal realm comes from the spiritual. The church is not apolitical, it's separate. There's a division of spheres. And this is unfortunately one of the mistakes of the Enlightenment and the Protestant Reformation, but not even the first generation of Protestant reformers. They were, in fact, many of them monarchists. In fact, Luther's Reformation wouldn't have been successful in Germany had he not had the support of the German princes. So the early reformers were, except for Calvin, monarchists or Republican, but they were still theocrats. And so my position, by the way, is not that the church is apolitical. In fact, the church has a lot to say about politics. I wrote an article, an essay many years ago. You can find it on my website. I won't read it all. About the principle of the death penalty, for example. That's a principle that is carried over from the Old Testament to the New Testament. It's cited many times in the New Testament that the king has a duty to punish evildoers. Romans 13, Peter says that the king has a duty to enforce the moral law and its punishments. That does include the death penalty. Because there was a debate in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd century about whether a Christian could be a member of the army or the state, does not mean that the church taught some other thing. There's a period, a time of controversy and debate, and at the Council of Nicaea, they actually decide and determine that, yes, you can be a soldier and be a Christian. So the canons in Nicaea include this principle, and they looked to the New Testament, actually. When John the Baptist is asked, what must we do? When the Roman soldiers ask him, he says, do not abuse the people and do not charge too much in taxes. Thus, it is possible to be a soldier. The entire Byzantine model of the Basileus, as he's called, is that he is likened to King David. King David is the classic iconographic image of the king or the emperor in the Byzantine model. The New Testament has many, many, many passages that cite not just the Old Testament laws in a typological sense, but many of the moral principles of the Old Testament laws are carried over. Paul, in his letters, for example, cites not sewing together two cloths in the same garment, not sowing together the same seeds in a field. Those are ceremonial commands, but they carry a moral significance. And early Christian society, because it was not dominant, because it was in the catacombs, still had the principle, as you see with St. Clement, for example, who taught the death penalty. St. Athanasius, for example, who taught the death penalty, who also said it's virtuous to kill in war in the right scenario, in the right situation. It can be a virtue. Now, in the case of why there's a canon to forbid a person from communing in certain instances, that's because, like in the Old Testament, David was told, even though he was a virtuous hero in war and God taught him to use his bow and to fight, because he had killed so many, he was told, I don't want you to build the temple. That will be Solomon, because your son is a son of peace. And the church maintains that principle that although you can still be saved, it is appropriate because of the nature of violence and warfare that there's a time of repentance, even in a virtuous time of warfare, because warfare is nasty. Jake's own position was actually riddled with a bunch of inconsistencies because he pointed to some bad leaders. Of course, there's going to be bad tyrants and kings. That has nothing to do with whether Christianity is successful in building a civilization. In fact, I gave the example of the Christian Byzantine Empire as the longest lasting and most successful. Yes, it fell apart, but Jake, there's been many bad sultans according to your own position. Does that mean that because I found a bad sultan here and there, from your view, that, I guess the whole thing has failed? This is a really bad argument. Again, the fact that an emperor could apostatize or that an emperor could try to enforce heresy is irrelevant to the question of whether Christianity or Islam is better for society. Because, of course, we all would admit that you could have a corrupt ruler. That has nothing to do with which system is actually beneficial to society. You said that the social order is not in the New Testament, it's borrowed. Again, there's countless passages in the New Testament that are also principled in the Old Testament. So the New Testament doesn't abrogate these principles, it continues these principles. For example, we have the laws of the kings in the Old Testament and the limitations in the Torah on kings. So those principles carried over into Christian civilization in Christian law. So the fact that there's a separation between church and state is not a division between church and state. So most of your argument hinged on is sort of Protestant understanding of what symphonia actually is. Is that it? Okay.
All right, thank you very much for that rebuttal. Appreciate it, Jay. Got the timer set for you as well, Jake. 5 minutes.
I just want to say at the outset, I was not planning to machine gun tactic Jay at all. That wasn't the point, and it wasn't originally part of the rebuttal, which I also thought was a bit strange. I thought there should be a rebuttal, so it's fine with me. But Jay has mentioned a lot of things, but one thing he mentioned about Protestantism, and it's true what I'm saying, but I want to actually give a quote from my previous debate opponent earlier today, Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy. He says this: Christianity is not a political system or a culture. When you try to weaponize Christianity to be something it was never intended to be, you will always lose. So you're right, Jay. I am actually running an argument that is, I think, an outgrowth of Protestantism, but I think that the question that we need to ask ourselves is, why is that the case? How, and I'm actually genuinely interested to have this discussion in the open discussion section. Hopefully we'll all learn a lot. But I'm genuinely questioning, how is it the case that secular liberalism became so abundant and so popular in the West? It seems to be a natural outgrowth of Protestantism and its movement, which I see actually in with respect to the political sphere to be an outgrowth of the Bible. Now that's obviously the debate, that's where Jay would disagree, but I'd like to really understand that from his perspective. So this isn't necessary, I mean, Michael might even be willing to come on the stage and debate Jay, because I don't think he agrees with monarchies and theocracies and that sort of thing, and that's totally fine, but I'm just saying that this position is not merely mine, and I'm openly admitting that this is, at least this aspect of it, is a critique from a form of Protestantism. Jay said a lot in his opening statement. Most of what he had to say, if you notice, regarding laws and legislation and all of that, came from two places. One, the Old Testament, and then two, which he mentioned earlier, was from St. Justinian. Now, I'm agreeing that that's where Jay's framework is for the debate, but I think we have to question, why is it not embedded in the New Testament? Maybe Jay would argue that it is, and I'm happy to look at some of those passages. Yes, you made a point about the evil rulers and those who were tyrants and not necessarily following the law. Yes, I agree that this happened in Islamic history and that this happens even today in certain Islamic nations or Muslim nations. I wasn't making the argument purely based on that. I was saying that as opposed to Islam, and I'm happy to argue that, there seems to be a much greater pattern of that in Jay's understanding, or not Jay's understanding, but the history in Christianity. That's what I was trying to argue. Not that one ruler makes it null and void, that's an evil ruler, but it seems to be much more pervasive. Let's see what else. I made some notes. He mentioned about usury. I think that's a point we can agree on, and there's another party that, I don't know, sometimes we can't say their names, but I think they're largely responsible for that.
Nigerians?
What's that?
Nigerians?
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's something that we can actually agree on. In fact, I think there's a lot that Jay and I can agree on. I think that both he and I deplore secular liberalism, which is pervasive in the West. I think we both do think it's, what he said, gay and weird. But at the same time, I'm arguing that the reason why this came about in Western society is because I do think that there is a lack of clarity on the doctrine of the governance of the church and how it relates to society, especially in the New Testament. And because of that, that's why I think you get this outgrowth of Protestantism, and even what we have in the U.S., a separation of church and state, to the point where people like Michael Jones would criticize much of what Jay, I think, has to say about the monarchy and theocracy. Let me just see a couple more points here. Yeah, so, back to that point, that I want people to notice a lot of what Jay is saying is coming from the Old Testament, not the New Testament. The question is why? Why didn't Christ reestablish that? It seems to be that everything that he was trying to say was not a political order. And yes, I agree that just because some people disagreed in the early church, that doesn't mean necessarily that's the correct position. But it seems that that was there very early on, and we don't see that in Islam. Anyway, I think my time's up.
Thank you very much for that rebuttal as well from Jake. We will jump into the open dialogue, gentlemen. We will let this be as organic as you'd like it to be. If it gets crazy, I'll jump in. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, I have a question, if you don't mind, Jay.
Sure.
So, maybe you can help me out with this. I think you agree with me that Western the sort of secular liberalism that we experience in the West, in the U.S., and most European countries, is an event, and the Protestants in the audience might not like this, but is an eventual outgrowth of Protestantism. Now, I'm making it one step back further, that I think that it's because Christianity didn't have clear dictates on the doctrine of, how the church should relate to the state. Now, obviously, you don't agree with that, so how do you explain how this came to be out of Protestantism?
One thing I would say is the concerns of the first, second, third century church was not mainly politics, but it doesn't follow from a focus that's different, that therefore there is no doctrine of the state, there is no idea of a basileus or a theocracy. I would actually argue for theocracy. So you have, for example, setting aside principles in Mosaic law, you have, for example, many Old Testament prophecies in Daniel 2, from our perspective, that the kingdom under which the empire or the Messiah would be born would eventually permeate and become the kingdom of the Messiah. For us, that's a prophecy of Christ's birth under the Roman Empire and the Christianization over time of the Roman Empire. So there's also, in many passages of Isaiah, we believe prophecies about the Christian kings that would come to be in the future. So these are principles that are there that you can even see the earliest church fathers citing these messianic prophecies as giving the idea, at least, that, yeah, there's going to be the notion of Christian states in the future, but it was not their primary concern in the first, second, third century when they're in the catacombs, for example, to figure out the mechanics of the relationship of state and church. So it's only natural that when the imperium does become Christianized, that's when we would start to see, from the Edict of Toleration with Constantine, and then Theodosius is really the first emperor to put some Christian laws into practice, and then St. Justinian with his code being explicitly Christian. So the fact that it sort of evolves, it doesn't follow from that the application evolves, that the principles were not in the New Testament or that they evolved, because I could give you tons of examples of legal principles of continuity from Old to New Testament, which are in the New Testament and in the Church Fathers, that are principles applied. Again, the death penalty is one classic example. It's assumed that the early church tended to not affirm the death penalty. There are a couple church fathers that do not, but actually the majority, if you look at the essay that I wrote on this on my website, I cite examples from Clemens to Athanasius to Ambrose, all affirming the death penalty. It's just one example.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. My question is not more so about what happened in the early period, but from what you're saying is that wasn't their focus in the first 3 centuries. I understand that. Then you have, as you said, and we both agree with this historical narrative, that Justinian becomes explicitly Christian and then kind of develops further. But I guess my question is, from that point, from Justinian going forward to wherever you demarcate where, I don't know, either Byzantium fell or maybe even after that, because there's really no true Christian monarchies today. I mean, unless you can tell me one. From that period, what changed? Why did it change from the church having this vision, which you deem to be correct, to all of a sudden, having what we experience today in the West? I mean, because it's not governed by Christian law.
So basically, even the Roman Catholic West, after the schism, for many centuries, still maintained this same principle of the need for a Christian state, for Christian laws. So even within the schism of East and West, there's literally no difference between these two groups on this principle. Now, how that's applied, yeah, of course, the Roman Catholic West has a tendency to put the papacy in a greater geopolitical position that we would disagree with. I noticed that one of your arguments, for example, was hinging on the idea that the church is apolitical. No. What those canons mean is that members of the clergy are not supposed to be in the state.
Right.
So that's our perspective on that. But to say explicitly where it began to devolve, I would say, is you have a series of events that occur in the West, particularly Protestant Reformation, Scientific Enlightenment, Enlightenment itself, Scientific Revolution, Enlightenment. So all these 3 events, I think, are a cascading series of revolutions that really don't have much to do with Christianity. I think I would criticize Protestants in that they might have helped that revolutionary fervor. I don't think they necessarily meant to do that, but I would say that I know that I think Jake's tactic is to set the Protestants and the Catholics and the Orthodox against each other. That's a classic Jake tactic, which I don't blame you for doing it because I did the same thing, right? So I was like the naive guy is like a Quran only, and they don't like each other. So I don't blame Jake for doing it. So it's what you do in debates. But again, I think that the Protestant Reformation has a revolutionary ethos to it that it even didn't intend, because of the fact that the earliest reformers were still monarchists. The English Reformation, even with Henry VIII as the so-called head of the church, I mean, it still was a monarchical structure of the state. Even the Vatican upheld this principle of the Christian state until the time of Vatican II. So, I'm trying to take up the time, but the simple answer is there's a series of revolutions, and those revolutions affect the Islamic world just as much as the West. So, perhaps you could argue that Islam more explicitly maintained the belief that it should be that God's law should apply to the state. I would agree with you, but I would not say that that's the consistent traditional Christian position. It happens to be the Protestant tendency, even though the first generation Protestants didn't really believe that.
Right. I'm not trying to do that in a bad way. I genuinely believe that narrative. I believe the narrative that this was an outgrowth of Protestantism. I mean, I think when you have sola scriptura, which is essentially a denial of the church's authority to preach and teach what is the correct understanding of Scripture, and then you make yourself that authority, this sort of individualism, not rightly, but naturally leads to, I'm not saying there are obviously links in the chain along the way, sure, but I'm saying that I think this Protestant doctrine of sola scriptura, and in its crudest form, just me and my Bible in my closet, eventually leads to, well, not only do you not want Rome to tell you what is the understanding of Scripture, you don't want any legislative authority over you to be governing by laws that they see as Christian when you don't agree with that. And so I think it is an eventual natural outgrowth of Protestantism and the doctrine of sola scriptura, which leads to this kind of fundamental societal individualism that we experience in the West. I don't think anybody should deny that, especially if you're not Protestant. So I'm not using that as a gotcha. I genuinely believe that was the trajectory. However, I want to give the Protestants a little bit more credit in saying that, well, I don't think that this happened out of nowhere. Where did they get this idea or belief from that the church should not really be involved in the state? I mean, it seems to me, and what you said, I do kind of appreciate that from the Islamic perspective, I think the reason why this happened is because Islam, whether you agree with the laws or not, that's not really the discussion right now, is that it is very clearly political. There is no separation between church and state or church and mosque. It's very, very explicit and clear, and I think that lack of clarity that it exists or doesn't exist in Christianity is the reason why you eventually had the Protestant Reformation and then what I think this sort of secular liberalism, which eventually is an outgrowth of Protestantism, is because the church and the Bible were not as clear on its doctrine of church and state. That's what I'm arguing.
If they were not that clear, you would not have the level of unanimity from the 4th century until even literally up until 1800s when the revolutions took over Europe. I mean, you have over 1,000 years of really no dissension amongst significant groups, East and West, in this principle of symphonia. In fact, Holy Roman Empire amongst the Catholics had the exact same symbol of the double-headed eagle that the Eastern Byzantine Empire has of the double-headed eagle. And for those that don't know, the meaning of that is you have one body of the people and two heads. The two heads just simply symbolize two different aspects of human society, the spiritual and the temporal. They work in harmony because it's the same body, but they have two different spheres or roles. This actually comes out of the Old Testament. If you look at the Old Testament, there's a clear delineated spheres of authority to where, for example, You can't, Saul in one case is castigated because Saul tries to do priestly functions. And within the Mosaic law, you had this clear delineation that there's a difference between the laws of kings. Again, Moses had a little book about laws of kings from the Torah, and then principles that govern the Levitical priesthood. That principle was then adopted. I'm not saying the Levitical laws themselves, but the principle was adopted when society became Christianized. There were some groups in the 1st and 2nd century who were not the most educated Christians who thought that it was the end of the world. Jesus was going to immediately come back. And so they didn't think under this time of persecution that they would be put in a situation where they would apply biblical principles and then later canonical canon law principles, church law principles to society. Once the Imperium became Christianized, it's only natural that they would apply those. But here's the thing, the New Testament is not unclear about that. And if you've got over 1,000 years of unanimity between East and West, even if they disagree theologically, they still agree on this principle all the way up until perhaps the 1800s is really when this begins to be questioned. So where's that lack of clarity for those for that millennium plus?
Okay, so what I see is that in the early period, as you said, there wasn't consensus on the correct view of the church and state. And then in the latter portion, we also have this confusion. But then we have a middle period, which I agree, in the Roman West and in the East, you do have an agreed upon standard in which Christians seem to be agreeing that no, there is this symphonia and there is this involvement in the state from the church. I agree with that. What I'm saying is, in Islam, you don't have that. You can disagree with the laws, you can disagree with whatever else, the application of it, but we see very early on that Islam is political. There were many disputes and debates, even theologically, in the early Islam, but this wasn't really one of them. There was debate over who should be the political leader, sure, but there wasn't debate over there being political leaders and them fundamentally instituting Islamic law. You see that all the way up to the current day. Now, of course, as you rightly said, that this sort of secular liberalism has also hit Muslim lands, and sure, there are problems there, but I don't think it is nearly as bad as it is in the West, and I think it's because Muslims have a much more foundational understanding of the relationship between Islamic law and society, where that's really, to be honest, I think it's lacking in, if you're correct about the correct view of how Christianity sees church and state, then you should be doing a lot more lectures on this, because it seems that most Americans and most supposed Christians in the West don't view it this way. They don't view it this way really at all. And that's why you have people like Michael Jones, or I know, and you've not criticized him, but Trent Horn, and even Catholics, where the Catholics previously, or the Roman West, would have agreed with the East and kind of your view of government and structure, where today you don't really see that. There aren't too many Catholics who believe that, other than maybe some trad cats. Not too many Protestants who believe that, and then it's just a small amount of Diarites, to be honest with you.
Is Trent still here, by the way? Did Trent leave? Oh, I was going to say a cuss word to make him leave.
Trent Horn was here before? Because I saw a guy that was wearing a Trent Horn badge, but it didn't look like Trent Horn. It was weird.
That was his imposter body double. So he didn't want to get assassinated, so he has a hired body double in case, like he's around me. So not joking. Well, so you said, Joe, one thing I want to highlight that's not the main point, but you said there wasn't a consensus, but who do you mean in the first 3 centuries when the church is being persecuted? Why would there be a consensus when you admitted that the correct position could still be there in a period when it's debated? I mean, Islam is full of non-consensus and debates. So
yeah.
Who are you talking about when there's not a consensus? Do you just mean the first 3 centuries?
Yeah, I'm just talking about the early period. And I agree that just because there wasn't a consensus doesn't mean that your representation or your position is incorrect. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it appears that it's not as clear in early Christianity as it is in Islam. as you said, there were theological debates. For example, is the Quran created or not? I'm not trying to waste time, but there wasn't a debate, and there were debates about who should be the ruler politically in Islam, and that's why we have a division between Sunni and Shia. But there was no debate about whether or not Islam should be political in that way. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, but I mean, in the case of Nicaea, for example, if there's debate and Nicaea settles a dispute and the canons note that you can be a Christian and a soldier, then how is that a problem for my position because something's debated for a period? I just don't understand
the argument that I'm making, and it doesn't follow necessarily, I'm not arguing that, but I think it counts as evidence against the position, is that it seems that because there is this, and not a small difference, I would say a wide difference for several hundred years, and then you also have that taking place again today where your position, I mean, I'll ask you this, do you think that your position is a minority view held amongst Christians today?
Well, if you use the term Christian broadly.
In a broad way, yeah, I'm saying including people who call themselves Orthodox, Catholic, and Protestant.
Yes.
I know you would agree, you would probably say some of these guys are phonies, I understand. But I'm saying in people who identify as Christian today, wouldn't you agree that your position is a minority and most people don't believe in that, who call themselves Christian?
Yes, but in terms of the prompt of the debate, in terms of how this would prove which is better for society, it only really betters society if the Islamic position actually has the good for society. And if it's correct that the church's focus is not primarily political, it just simply doesn't follow from that it has nothing to say about the political. So if the argument is that the Bible gives rise to the revolutions of Protestantism or something like that, I just simply think that's a correlation without causation, in the sense that, so because the Bible existed and Jake's understanding that the Bible's New Testament is more Protestant in its view of church and state, I think you have to demonstrate that first. I don't think you could demonstrate that. And the fact that in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd century some people disputed that, it simply just doesn't follow that there is no Christian doctrine of the state. So again, it's not that strong of an argument. If the same flaws apply to, and by the way, so the fact that Islam does believe, quote, in a theocracy, has that actually successfully always been applied throughout the centuries of Islamic history? Just think about terms like the way that the legal rulings in fiqh and whatnot in your system are applied. I mean, it's not always consistently applied, is it?
No.
Okay, so the idea that the consistent application somehow necessarily proves or shows that your position is better, I just simply think doesn't follow.
No, so the original question I asked, and that's what I'm inviting you to do, and maybe I'm just missing it. So I have my own thesis about why this happened. I explained it, and you were saying, well, it's a correlation, but not necessarily causation. I understand that. So that's why I'm inviting you to explain, and maybe I'm missing it, what was the clear causation of, forget about the first 300 years, I understand what you're saying there, but what was exactly the clear causation from where the Roman West, the Catholics, and the East, even after they separated, had this agreement, and now it's like, and I'm not saying this to be funny, I'm just saying in reality, now it's just Jay Dyer and his crew and some Orthodox who believe this, and pretty much everybody else has gone by the wayside. It seems like a really sharp decline that happened very quickly. Now, I gave my reasoning or how, historical kind of argument of why I think this happened. Now, you don't believe it's the Bible's fault. You don't believe it's the New Testament fault. So that's why I'm kind of inviting you to explain the causation.
So if we set aside that early issue, then I would say if you look at the 11th century, there's a huge revolution that even Roman Catholic scholars would admit. You have people like Congar and Dvornik, the famous Unionist scholar. They admit that there's a revolution in ecclesiology in the West. It's known as the Gregorian Reforms. And what's unique about this is that the papacy began to take on a new geopolitical role. I think that we can try to be charitable and fair as fair as we can to the Roman Catholics of that period. I'm not blaming every Roman Catholic of that time period. I think that the schism began in 1054 and then sort of flourished, it grew apart over time. But it's unanimously nowadays admitted, even amongst Catholic scholars, that this period is a revolution in ecclesiology. Now that might sound abstract and not like a huge deal, but the reason that matters is that prior to that, canon law in the East and the West forbade the church from being the state. So we're not saying that the church has no thing to say to the state, or that the church is a organ symphonia. Again, that was the norm even prior to the 11th century. But when you have the papacy saying, I am now a geopolitical power, I am now going to take the sword, the papacy begins to have standing armies, they begin to have warrior monks, monastic orders that have the sword. Again, in the Byzantine model, the sword isn't bad, it's exercised, as Romans 13 says. The imperium has the diakonos, that's the same word as deacon in Romans 13. So Paul is calling the emperor a deacon. That means he has a quasi-religious role. So even in the New Testament, the idea of Romans 13 is not a radical separation of church and state. That's a Roger Williams Baptist idea, very, very late. So 11th century is a key move to where the papacy takes on geopolitical world power. That begins a process, in my view, that culminates in a Reformation rejection of some of those papal excesses. And most of the reformers, as we all know, Protestantism is protesting the papal Roman Catholic system. So, not everything in the papal Roman Catholic system is wrong, but what they are protesting is, in some cases, the overstepping, particularly in the political realm. If you look at Western European history, the German princes, other princes, they did not like the papacy stepping into the temporal sphere. They resented that. So the Reformation was partly a rejection of that. So if you want the long sort of causal chain, which I do think is there, you could say, yeah, there's a long series of revolutions that begins with Gregorian reforms in the 11th century. And by the way, many of those popes in the 11th century, I want to say the majority of them actually for 70 years, were actually appointed by German kings, so it's nepotism. That set the stage for down the road what would become the Reformation. So yeah, I do think you could trace it this way, and then past that, if you want to get up into like Bolsheviks and all that, I mean that's all Western banking money that was funding all that. So that's the long of it, but none of that has anything to do with whether the position was actually in the New Testament.
Okay. You mentioned about warrior monks and stuff like that. I know, obviously, it did exist. But what do you make of my citation of Basil's canon that specifically mentions that even if the war is quote-unquote justified, that people who come back from that are not actually to partake in communion for 3 years. So you have a case in which it's supposedly legitimate, and yet in St. Basil's canon, it explicitly says that they're not clean, in the sense that they can't take communion.
Yeah, so again, just like with
that was part of, sorry to cut you, but that was part of canon, that was instituted as canon law.
Right, so the way canon law functions in Orthodox Church, you can look at the canons of Trullo. One of the very last canon of Trullo in the Orthodox Church says that the application of these principles is up to the prerogatives of the bishop. So for us, the local bishop is the applier of that. That doesn't mean that it's do whatever you want, but that he does have the final say-so, because for us, there's not really a higher authority than that. So for us, that type of application would be applied, first of all, on a case-by-case basis. So it is possible that a person doesn't have to be under the canonical penalty of 3 years. But the principle is there because, as we said, even King David in the Old Testament was a righteous warrior whom God taught how to fight. Because he had shed so much blood, there were certain things that were not appropriate for him. So it's a canonical penalty that has nothing to do with saying you're not saved. It's just saying, out of reverence for the sacrament, we're going to impose a time where you do penance, because most of the time, even if you're just in the war or in the battle, you've still probably sinned in some way in our perspective. So it's simply a sort of a penance that's restorative. It has nothing to do with saying like you're excommunicated from the church. It's not like that at all.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but okay, I guess you kind of answered at the end that you would agree. I mean, I don't have this position, but for you and the way you see this canon law, which comes from Basil, is that inevitably in war, there's going to be sins committed, even if it's supposed to be a just war, and therefore, because of that, I mean, do you still see that as justified today? Is that something that you would agree what should be reinstated if there was such a monarchy, that would be something to reinstate?
I mean, and again, these penalties are not applied by the monarch. These are penalties applied by the church. So the church applies the canons at the local setting.
Mhm.
So all the monarch's job is to enforce what the New Testament, not just in Romans 13, but for example, Paul says to Timothy that the state has the job, the duty to punish evildoers, and then he lists a series of offenses that are particularly egregious, such as murder, etc. So the state's role is not to enforce church code. Even the Roman Catholic West had a distinction between the penalties that the church would give. And so, for example, even when there were heretic laws in the medieval West, the Inquisition would hand those people over to the state. They typically, except for the Spanish Inquisition, which was under Isabella, it was separate from the Papal Inquisition. You hand it over to the state. So in the same case with St. Justinian, like the church might make a ruling. For example, Basil has a canon about abortion. The church doesn't say, like, you're sentenced to death. It's handed over to the state, and then the king makes that decision. And we simply see that as modeled with Solomon. You know, when Solomon has the two hoes, and he, you know, does that wise thing where he tests the hose, and then he says, okay, now we know who the real mom is, right? So he's applying the principle of the law to the 304s and the thoughts. THOT, that's an Old Testament thought thing. Anyway, that's a thought exercise right there.
Yeah.
I'll be here all week.
Yeah. So let me get, because you didn't respond to this, but I mentioned a lot, so it's fine. I mentioned Luke chapter 12 in the scenario where a man brings an issue of inheritance, and Jesus answers, "Man, who made me a judge or an arbiter over you?" Why, if Jesus is supposed to be the head of the church,
Mhm.
right? And you see that, or as you're claiming, the church is not supposed to be completely apolitical, why would Jesus respond in this way?
Great question, in fact, and a lot of Protestants will bring up that same passage. So for us, first of all, in Jesus' first coming, in his, quote, humiliation, we see the ministry that he's doing as specifically fulfilling the role of the humble servant. But even in the Old Testament, that would not be something that you would only take that kind of a ruling to the state. So in his first coming, he is specifically not in any role of state. In the exaltation and ascension, we think that when he ascended, he then became King of Kings. Thus, monarchy continues on, even via the book of Revelation, calling him King of Kings. So all earthly kings are underneath the supreme king. So it wouldn't be sensible, and it's the same with the woman in adultery. We believe Jesus is the one that gave those Old Testament laws. I know you know that we believe that, but I'm saying it for the audience, right? So it's not a different God of the Old Testament or something like that. So Jesus is the one that laid down those penalties, and certainly as the supreme judge, he has the authority to abrogate or to relax a penalty. But there's several cases in the New Testament where people come to Jesus with legal matters or personal vengeance matters, and he simply says, that's not what my mission is at this point. But that does not mean, and let's take one example. In Matthew 5, when he talks about, don't, if somebody slaps you, give them the other cheek, right? And this is oftentimes cited as, we're supposed to be pacifists. Mm-hmm. We don't read the Bible in isolation from the rest of the passages, right? This is talking about personal vengeance. It has nothing to do with saying that you can't have righteous judgment in a law court, because there's many places where the New Testament gives principles for judges and for rulers. The book of Proverbs, which is always used by the early church, it was, according to St. Athanasius, the catechism for converts, including the Deuterocanon. It's full of principles of justice in weights and balances, that's money. Principles of kings and judges, that they shouldn't take bribes. Those are all statements to rulers in the political realm, in the polis. It's just simply not what Jesus' focus was in his 3 years of ministry, which was about accomplishing what the Father had set him out to do.
Okay, so it seems like, to kind of summarize, you're saying that was not Jesus's initial earthly ministry.
Correct.
Was not to be, a political figure or to be instituting, these specific laws in that way. Okay, so I mean, maybe that's where you're trying to say that Protestantism, or the eventual outgrowth of complete separation between church and state, is due to a misunderstanding of applying Jesus's initial earthly ministry,
Yes.
and his initial campaign and what he was supposed to be doing, to later after the ascension and going forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, so like in the Old Testament, you have many places, again, like where there's prophecies that the kings of the nations and the Gentiles would convert. You have, Psalm 45, which is about, in our view, Jesus and Mary, but we also think it's about kings and magistrates converting. So there's laws for magistrates, and even those penal sanctions at times, you can see throughout Byzantine code, like, I'm not saying that they're being Judaizers and like copy pasting, but they're using the principles of the Old Testament penal sanctions and the Mosaic law, and even applying those in a social setting. So it's only natural that when Christian societies become predominantly Christian, that they would function that way. And I just don't see why none of that demonstrates that it's unclear in the New Testament.
Okay, is there any Christian monarchy today, or theocracy?
Not that I'm aware of, other than nominally.
Okay, and
I mean, there are monarchs, but they're nominally.
okay. Now, when I quoted you from a video where you discussed this topic in detail, as attempting to reinstitute it, and you kind of mentioned it in your opening statement, I don't mean making society exactly what the Byzantine Empire was like. I'm not saying that, but how do you envision anything coming remotely close to that, given the situation that we're in? And I think it is related to the question of the debate, because we're talking a lot about theory here and kind of what the principles are of Christianity as you see it in the Old Testament and the New Testament. But in terms of practical application, it seems to be really lacking. You're representing, I'm not saying it's incorrect view, I mean, I've tried to argue for that, but you're representing a view which you're admitting is held by a minority of quote-unquote Christians today. So even if you're correct, it seems like there's no genuine practical application of that anyway. So how does that really help society if it's never being instituted, or it's not for several hundred years?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think if you look at, as we mentioned in last night's debate, right, if I was Isaiah and it was, I was being taken into Babylonian captivity, and I've been given these prophecies that, from our perspective, are predicting the conversion of the Gentile nations to worship the God of Israel, to worship Yahweh, that would seem totally impossible. How could that ever be? If you look at the first century when Jesus is doing his ministry, right, in the book of John, he says, if I be lifted up, I will draw all nations unto myself. I mean, Christianity is a tiny sect. This seems absolutely outlandish and impossible. In the Magnificat, Luke, the Theotokos, St. Mary says, all generations henceforth will call me blessed. These are pretty profound prophecies, and again, at that time, that would seem preposterous. How would all the nations call this random virgin in Israel blessed? That seems crazy. And yet, here we are 2,000 years later, and many, many millions, perhaps billions of people have called her blessed. So even the latest scholars dating those texts would still date it within the time frame when the church was a tiny minority being persecuted. My point in all that is just simply to say that just because something is not the present dominant idea has nothing to do with whether it could be. And when you look at the way that the first 3 centuries of the church eventually took over the Roman Empire, it wasn't with swords, it was with the blood of the martyrs. That's what actually converted Byzantium, or made Byzantium what it is. It was built on the blood of the martyrs. So in the same way, just because at this present moment there's not explicitly Christian states, and by the way, it doesn't necessarily have to be a monarchy, it's just simply that in the history of the church, what we have is the imperium as the norm. So we would argue that it is an emperor, it is an imperium, and it is kings and queens, the one and the many relationship in that sort of Byzantine model that is the ideal. Is it possible to have a Christian republic? It's possible. Perhaps there have been theologians that have argued it's possible. It hasn't existed really yet, but again, I don't have to prove that right now my position has to be dominant if in the first 3 centuries it took over, and perhaps the internet will, bring Orthodox Christianity. It's bringing millions of people, into the church. I think in the next 10 years, we've already seen tens of thousands just this year. So I think that
more diarites, right?
well, again, Orthodox Christianity isn't diarites, but I'm just simply saying that we don't know if 3 centuries conquered the Roman Empire and those prophecies were fulfilled. There's no reason why, and some of even the most anti-Christian global elites actually write in their text that they are concerned of a rise of Christian theocracy. So the fact that, but none of that has anything to do with proving that Islam is better for society.
Correct, but what my basic proposal throughout my opening statement and what I've been questioning is that if one religion is going to be better for society, it has to have a political view, a political perspective. Obviously, I've tried to argue that I don't think that Christianity has an explicit enough political doctrine, and that's why we see in the early period where there's some disagreement, as you said, and then today where pretty much nobody believes in it, and then we have a period which, whatever.
But that would just be appeal to masses. Like, so what if, none of those things prove that there isn't that teaching, just because a lot of people don't believe it or know it.
No, but I'm saying to you that I think it stands to reason that if it's so, if the positions regarding it are so diverse in the early period and the late period, I don't think it's merely because of what you stated earlier. I think that there is a lack of clarity in the New Testament. I think that even Jesus' earthly ministry, as you said, in the way that you're interpreting it, he was not a political figure in that way.
But when Jesus is ministering, right,
Yeah.
the apostles' epistles, for example, have not been written. Okay, so to take an instance and say, well, in this case, because Jesus didn't give a legal ruling, therefore the New Testament doesn't have clear teachings on the rules and principles of the state. And I'm saying there's many passages that, from our perspective, providentially would be included in Scripture, which do consistently comment on that. And even if there's debate in the 1st and 2nd century amongst a lot of the apologists and people that end up even not being in the church, like Origen, that's really irrelevant to whether there is a doctrine of the state in the New Testament. And I've not seen how you've shown any significant evidence yet that there's not a Christian doctrine of the state, because I can keep going with more passages that demonstrate.
Okay, so what do you think is and it's not built upon one, if you want to give 2 or 3, that's fine. What do you think are the clearest passages in the New Testament specifically, not the Old Testament, in the New Testament specifically that support your position?
Well, the first most obvious one would be Romans 13, where, as I said, Paul specifically calls, and note this is at the time when it's a persecuting pagan emperor. This is Nero, who absolutely hates the church. And Paul still calls Nero, much like you see in the book of Daniel with the way Daniel treats Nebuchadnezzar, Paul still calls him a diakonos, a providential ordained ruler of God. So that means that there's a duty, and his duty specifically is outlined there in Romans 13, to punish evildoers with the sword, and that is the death penalty. I don't think any exegetes, even if they're liberals, would disagree that that's what Paul thought it meant. And then if we look at, for example, Romans 1 and 2, there's very similar principles there, that even the natural law teaches us that the state has this role. He says explicitly to Timothy that the law exists, and that's, of course, enforced by the ruler, the king. The law exists to punish, and then he lists a series of sins that are particularly egregious. And again, the assumption is there in Romans 1, Romans 13, and in the passage of Timothy, those are particularly egregious and perhaps even capital offenses. So these are just 3 off of the cuff. There are many more, and like I said, it was normative even in Athanasius and St. Alexander's day. This is like the year 300. It was normative for every catechumen to come into the church to read the Deuterocanon and to read Proverbs. Now, I know a lot of Protestants might not be familiar with the Deuterocanonical text, but the Deuterocanonical texts have tons of information about kings, magistrates, judges, rulers. For example, the book of Sirach, again, what St. Athanasius has every catechumen reading. It's full of practical advice and practical principles that relate to all the things that we're talking about. Simply reading the book of Sirach alone, as St. Athanasius mandates all of the converts do, would actually answer every one of these points. That's just Sirach.
So you first mentioned Romans 13,
Mhm.
and it seems to be advocating for submission to Nero, right? So I don't understand how this supports your position, because it seems like it's an example of the apostles making peace with a pagan state, which would basically be my argument, not yours.
No, so again, if you look at Nebuchadnezzar in the book of Daniel, Nebuchadnezzar is a pagan. And the whole purpose and point of the book of Daniel is that eventually Nebuchadnezzar is humbled and he converts to believe in some sense in the one true God. But that doesn't mean that it's the job of Daniel to revolt or overthrow him, right? Obviously, he's in a situation where they're taken into captivity. And so the recognition is that even though he's a pagan, there's a providential role that he serves. So Paul is talking about in Romans 13, the providential duty that any ruler or head of state has to God. Now, whether those people follow those duties or whether they're wicked, that's a different question, because they're providentially there. So our perspective is that, and this is why there's so many martyrs, we don't worship Nero. We can allow Nero to be the providentially ordained ruler. That doesn't mean that God doesn't want Nero to follow Christian principles, but whether he does is a different question. And that's a separate question from when there is a Christian king, he has even more of an obligation and duty to follow the biblical principles.
Is there such thing as righteous rebellion against people like Nero? Is that possible in the Orthodox Church?
So this is a different question. In terms of like, could there be situations where case by case basis you could have a civilizational struggle, something like that? And there is in the Byzantine history situations where there could be legitimate revolution, but that's a separate question from whether or not the New Testament teaches that we're supposed to. For example, the New Testament is there to confirm the fulfillment of the prophecies of Christ. But again, the reason I went to Syriac is that it's not the mindset, even of the first, second, third century church, because they were all using the deuterocanonical text. It's not our mindset that we only look into the New Testament to see, are there verses that give a list of legal principles? There's actually are some, but I'm saying that the catechumens are not just reading the New Testament because they don't even necessarily have an entire New Testament. They're also reading the book of Sirach, which is literally full of every aspect of society. It's like 60 plus chapters, all aspects of society being covered. Even magistrates, judges, rulers, kings. The book of Proverbs has dozens of proverbs about kings. So all of those would be being read, and so the argument seems to hinge on everybody just reading the Gospels and then coming up with a vague notion of the state. That's not true.
Well, it seems to me in this case and in other passages that...
Okay, one more point on that. Actually, the Deuterocanon is a great point here, because to the point of the Reformation, because the Reformation doesn't believe in the Deuterocanon, they didn't have that for catechumens, you're actually leaving out a gigantic portion of the book of Sirach, which would be about Christian kings.
Okay. The reason why I think it's related, why I'm asking about possible rebellion, is because if you have this idea of the church being involved in political affairs and submitting to the ruler, is there supposed to be submission to the ruler in this case, even if he's a pagan? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay,
If the Christian laws
right.
are supposed to be instituted,
Gotcha.
Why would Christians be required? It seems like they're required actually not to rebel, to render unto Caesar, to just basically submit to the authority, whether they're Christian and instituting Christian values or not.
So basically, the church, again, in the first, second, third century, when they're in the catacombs being persecuted, they have the same attitude as, for example, Daniel in Babylon, right? So, first of all, just practically speaking, it's not feasible to engage in there's no way Daniel could have politically revolted. So it's different from the case of say the Maccabees, where there was a potentiality of some successful revolt. That's just practically speaking. That's a separate question from when or if you could revolt. So, but in the case of the early church fathers, there's a lot of discussion of this, and the principle is that there's authorities and there's authorities above those authorities. So for example, and I think even Roman Catholics, everybody agrees with this, perhaps even Protestants, we believe that we are to obey the existing authorities except when they go outside of their legitimate sphere. So when Nero said, you have to worship the image of me and say that I'm God, that's when the early martyrs thought, no, that's where we have to draw the line. Now you are going against the higher authority. So in anything that they're not directly violating God's law, etc., Ten Commandments, then we do have a duty actually to obey the higher authority. And this is, the same principle is applied all over Western law. That's why you couldn't get away with just saying, in warfare, oh, well, my commanding, officer told me to rape and kill, so I'm not guilty. You're still guilty because there's a higher authority above that. That's a legal principle.
Okay, but in the case of Nero, for example, or somebody else who's a pagan ruler, and they are requiring or demanding that Christians engage in idolatry, then, I guess, at what point is it to say, okay, we're not following this particular law that the Nero or this pagan ruler is trying to institute, versus when does it go so far to say, well, we're not only not following it, but we need to remove this guy because he's going so far beyond that we actually now have to remove him and institute a Christian ruler in that place?
Well, I think that in the history of Western civilization, when societies became predominantly Christian is when they began to think about Christian law and a Christian ruler. And so when you have that majority, that's why Orthodox Christianity is not primarily a political movement. So it's just a source, it's like a situation of emphases. So we're not going to emphasize the political, but by not emphasizing that as number one, it doesn't follow from that we don't have anything to say the political. That's the divide that I think the modern sort of Baptist evangelical mindset has about church and state. So if there were a situation where, I don't know, there was a majority Christian country, and you see this in the history of Byzantium, at times there were revolutions. If, for example, there was, a subversive ruler or something like that, there could conceivably be a revolution in that case that could be argued for. But again, that's not analogous to when the church is being persecuted because it's not in a Christian society. It's having to function within a society persecuting it. And so when it permeates, though, and there's Christian laws, then those rulers are held accountable to those Christian laws. Prior to that, he's accountable to God, but the church doesn't have political power. Christians don't have political power. But when they do, there is a change of situation.
Would you consider the U.S. to be a Christian nation?
I typically argue that the United States is half Christian.
What does that mean? Near the end of the open dialogue. I'll let you finish that thought.
Okay.
It just simply means that some of the principles of the founding of America were Christian in nature and ethos, its history, but it was also mixed up with a lot of Enlightenment ideas that are fundamentally not Christian.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking because I think that the U.S. would be an example, or should be an example, of where it's gone beyond a certain point that, I'm not Christian, but I would advocate for a rebellion because of the fact that there are so many laws in the U.S. that are fundamentally against Christianity and Christian values. Abortion, I can name several, and that I think would demand actually what
I see what you're saying. Well, so from the Orthodox perspective, we don't believe that we even really have a relevance to the political realm in terms of power, not in terms of our moral, teaching and saying what ought to be the case. We can always exercise that. But in terms of political power, that's only when you have a majority of a society as an Orthodox Christian would you even entertain that type of a question from our perspective. At that point, when there's Christian laws, yeah, maybe. But first of all, America is founded as a Protestant nation. Maybe in 200-300 years it could be an Orthodox country, but that's not a present question. And no, Orthodox Christians are not called to engage in political revolution.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that open dialogue. We'll jump into the 5-minute. We'll jump into the 5-minute closings, and I will start it on your first word, Jay.
Yeah, I think this is interesting because I didn't know where this debate was going to go, and it got very historical, which is cool because this is not the type of debate that I've usually done. Usually the debates are very heavily philosophical, so this was engaging. It was a new kind of pathway. I appreciate that. I appreciate Jake asking a lot of questions. But I don't think that out of this argument because there's lack of clarity at certain times in the West about the relationship of church and state, that it follows from that somehow therefore Islam would be the solution, or therefore Islam has a better answer. As Jake admitted, many Islamic countries are also susceptible to all of the same problems of excuse me, secular enlightenment ideas, etc. Islamic society is, I think, plagued with, again, many of the problems that Andrew highlighted in the debates that he's had with Daniel Hakikachu and others. I think those are problems that are pretty kind of glaring, that Western societies, for all of their problems, they're not subject to those problems. So I don't think that Islam is going to be a solution, especially if we're looking for unanimity, if we're looking for, sort of black and white answers. Well, if in Islamic law there's fiqh, which does not have consistent rulings on a host of moral issues, I don't think that that's going to be a solution. Again, if he's admitted that there's ambiguity and contradictions, perhaps, in the rulings of Islamic law or fiqh, I don't see how his position is in any better state than what he was arguing about my position having a lack of clarity in the first 3 centuries. And he even sort of admitted throughout the debate that, yeah, I mean, you do have a consistent, millennia plus of a position of Christian theocracy and Byzantium, but a lot of people today don't believe that. Again, that has nothing to do with which one's correct, which one is therefore better for society. I think in my opening statement, I outlined many principles, many ideas that Christian Western civilization does possess. Because we are still having the remnants of Christianity, there's a lot of potential as to where we could go. And we see this in the Old Testament as well. In many cases in the Old Testament, Israel is unfaithful. Israel falls into idolatry. They fall into all of the same sins that we're falling into today. And Israel is always called back to repentance and to God. And by following God's law, they find, as we read in Chronicles, the famous passage, right? If my people who are called by my name, if they humble themselves and repent, then I will come and I will bless their land. Now, ultimately, we know that's about, in our view, a type of the church, but it still applies to the civil society as well. The fact that a lot of the New Testament focuses on the spiritual, it doesn't follow from that we're supposed to be Marcionites or Gnostics and therefore think that, well, the state doesn't matter, we don't care. And in fact, at Debate Con 10, 2 debates with Trent Horn, I will be debating Trent Horn on that very principle. Did the Catholic Church depart from church and state teaching, and does the Orthodox Church still maintain a consistent symphony of teaching? So that will be fun at Debate Con 10. Just a little plug. But again, I just don't think, I didn't hear anything in Jake's argumentation that made me convinced or would make me to think that Islam would be better for society. I think that, again, I didn't really get into the philosophical side of it, but even some of the philosophical advancements that you find supposedly in Islam, and you could find this in even standard Sunni texts, it's really just stuff that came from Greek philosophers, from Aristotle and others, which are part of our heritage of Western civilization. And I don't think those things are somehow magically in the Quran. I think they're literally clearly borrowed from the Western tradition. And as Western civilization people, we can include and we can say that Greek philosophers had a lot of insights. We can appreciate Aristotle. We can appreciate Plato. We can look at elements of Roman law, canon law, not because they're, quote, pagan. In our view, there's nothing inherently bad. If there was a just law in Rome under the pagan period, there's nothing wrong with the church when it gets ascendancy and when Christianity and Christians have temporal power. There's nothing wrong with them baptizing and using those principles as long as they're not idolatrous. So that we have to be careful. We're not engaging in idolatry, but we can still baptize these elements of culture that are existing that are good. Hence why our civilization has a confluence of interests. It could be Roman law, it could be English common law. Even those things have a precedent in Christian ideas, biblical ideas. And because the modern world has rejected that theocratic principle, it doesn't follow from I would just simply say that that's why we're seeing a lot of the bad things happening, is that we simply don't recognize that God has something to say to the state as well.
Thank you very much for that closing, Jay. We'll kick it over to Jake for his 5-minute closing as well.
Okay. I do want to say that I agree with Jay that I'm kind of happy the way the debate went in terms of discussing mainly the historical aspect and some texts in the Bible, because Jay and I previously had a debate that was mainly philosophical. So this one is pretty much completely different, mostly historical. I do want to say that the reason why I'm arguing that Islam is better for society, although we didn't go into many specifics on this point, but from an abstract perspective, it seems to me that Islam, from the Quran and authentic Hadith, is very clearly political. There is no separation between mosque and state, or church and state, for analogy. And I'm making the argument that the reason why we see Western society in the position that it is in today is because there is a lack of clarity in the biblical text. Jay tried, and respect to him for that, but I don't see very clear texts in the Bible that are supporting the theocracy or monarchy vision that Jay deems fit. I just don't see it. I think that, yes, there's a lot of laws and principles from the Old Testament, and Jay was making a lot to do about biblical prophecies that prophesy things that are going to happen in the future. But again, supposed prophecies and things from the Old Testament that are supposed to be instated in the New Testament, which don't clearly seem to be. And I think the example that you brought from, I think it was Romans, of Nero, I think actually goes against your vision and what you've said, because it's an idea where someone who's completely opposed to Christianity, we're just not maybe in your private lives, maybe you can reject worshiping idols and things like that, but we're supposed to just allow this person to institute any of these laws that he wants, even if they're totally against Christianity and Christian principles. And I just see that as fundamentally problematic. I have made a lot to do about Jay's position being a minority today, because we're talking, part of the debate is about the practical application of the view. Can Islam and its principles, can it actually be applied today? And I think that it can, and that it is, not 100% in the way that I would like it to be, but it certainly is much more in Muslim countries than you see in the supposed Christian West. And we have to ask the question, well, why is that? Why is it that the supposed Christian West has been affected in a much greater sense by secular liberalism than anything that you see in Muslim countries? I myself, I live in a Muslim country, Morocco. Of course, it doesn't institute all of the laws and Islamic laws in the way that I think it should, but nevertheless, it does so in much greater terms than anything that we see in the West, in my opinion. So I think that Islam has a lot to say about the society. Some of that Christians wouldn't like, and I think part of the reason is because they've been affected by the secular West. For example, I think Jay would probably agree with me that blasphemy laws should be instated, and that he wouldn't have a problem with the Christian church advocating for that. I do as well, but many Christians who live in the West have been affected by this idea of secular liberalism, that, okay, as long as we're not sort of physically harming anyone, then basically we should let people do whatever they want, and love is love, so we can have all of these different kinds of marriages, although they don't allow, it's illegal for Muslim men to marry more than one woman, but that's another inconsistency within the sort of secular liberal framework. But my argument is that secular liberalism comes pretty much out of the Protestant movement, not immediately, but eventually leads to that. And I think that it's very clearly the case that it's because there is a lack of clarity regarding church government and the government structure that is supposed to be in place, that is envisioned by Christianity in the Bible. I don't think it's clear at all. I think that Jay has tried to give passages, tried to give examples of prophecies from the Old Testament and so on and so forth, but the New Testament doesn't really clearly reinstitute any of that from the Old Testament. There's no details about exactly what's supposed to happen in business transactions and all the nitty-gritty details that are supposed to run society that exists in developed Jewish law and Islamic law. Yes, there are differences amongst scholars in Islamic law, but the fact that we have clear Islamic law and debates amongst the scholars shows that there is a clear position. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that closing, Jake. With that, we're going to go into the Q&A, but first I want to give a huge thank you to our sponsors, including Main First Project, Roar, Uncensored America, and Apologetics Art. We appreciate their support of fair debates. Check out their links in the description box right now. Also, quick housekeeping note is, if you can let me know, is there anyone here who only has a ticket for Saturday who wanted to do a meet and greet and photo with Jay?
Probably not too many.
Then immediately after this debate, we'll do those. It looks like we got about 5 people. So after this debate, please do a favor and don't come up to the stage just yet. We're going to have those 5 people get their meet and greet and photo with Jay before they have to leave for the rest of the weekend. But with that, we'll start the Q&A. Come on up, Marion.
Thank you.
One sec, just so people can hear. I know that it's, if you can do a favor, just so people around you can hear when Jay or when the questioner is asking a question, if you can keep the conversation down. Otherwise, if you want to have a conversation in the hallway, it's totally cool.
So, Jake, I've appreciated the intellectual honesty and sincerity about this whole day. It's actually quite joyous. So, my background is I've never watched Jay Dyer. I was brought here by a friend, but I am an Orthodox Christian, and I do agree with a lot of what Mr. Dyer is saying. My question really is, like, Orthodoxy posits a new way of life for people that addresses more of the root cause of humanity's condition, more than, say, the surface causes with polity and the governance of peoples. So really, I know that we don't have a system, but is it safe to say that, like, you know, Bronze Age-esque mosaics are the solution for addressing the root cause in people when that has obviously not worked with the Jews?
I didn't hear the last part.
Oh, I'm sorry. So would you say that would mosaics be would mosaic-esque solutions, say with the law of Moses or with the Quran? And forgive me, I know very little about Islam, but are these solutions the way to address the root cause with people, you know, when it did not work with, say, the Jews?
I think that it is. I don't know. I think Jay might even agree with me about that. That I think that we have to get back to, I mean, of course I don't agree with the Bible, so I'm going to say from my perspective, Islamic principles and Islamic law, I think that that is the way. And unfortunately, a lot of people think, oh, well, just, you know, there shouldn't be any pressure from the state and there shouldn't be any obvious leanings of what religion and laws are being instituted based upon said religion. I just think that that's wrong. I think that most people are not equipped to make their own decisions a lot of the times, and they need to be told what is correct and what is right, and I think that it needs to be enforced by the state. And I think the problem that we see in the West is allowing everybody to just kind of make up their own mind and follow whatever they want, and it leads to chaos and destruction.
Well, why are you in a scientist onesie? Oh, I like it. It's crazy.
Ready for it.
With a tie.
All right, so Jay clearly won because he's got the better hat.
It's a woman's hat too, by the way. It's my wife's hat.
But my question's for Jake. So you said that the Christian scriptures don't have any teachings on political systems. If that's true, then why did God appoint the monarchy of David? And I have 2 different scriptures to quote for that. Samuel 5:12 said, "And David knew that the Lord had established him king over Israel, that he had exalted his kingdom for the sake of the people of Israel." And then Chronicles 28:4 says, David says, "The Lord God of Israel chose me from all of my father's house to be king over Israel forever."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so again, and Jay, I don't think Jay mentioned specifically those passages, he might have, I'm not sure, but most and much of what's quoted is coming from the Old Testament. Okay, so I agree that the Jews, and this is why you see this, right? The Jews and the Muslims have a very developed tradition of Jewish law and Islamic law. You don't see that in the Christian West or even the East. There's not a very developed system of law. Now, you do have things like canon law, and we discussed some of those things before, but it's nowhere near as developed as anything that exists in Jewish law or Muslim law, which Jay mentioned earlier as fiqh. And I think that the reason is because the New Testament is not clear. It doesn't have any clear passages like you mentioned in the Old Testament. It just doesn't exist.
So in response to that, as I noted, it's an assumption that the early Christians and even the later Christians only cared about what the New Testament said. We always held all of those principles to be the case. Again, St. Athanasius, one of the most important patriarchates in the entire history of the church is the Alexandrian Patriarchate. And their norm, according to Athanasius' letters, was all catechumens are brought into the church reading all the deuterocanonical texts. That would mean, again, countless verses throughout Sirach about kings and the principles of the Davidic iconographic representation that every basileus, that's the Byzantine idea of the ruler, he's a basileus, that's based on the idea of David. So it's just simply not the case that the church didn't look to all these Old Testament principles.
And for the Q&A line, if you guys can do me a favor to slide all the way just single file, that way the cameras are able to see the speakers. All right, and then we'll keep you tight this way, that way. There you go.
All right. So this debate is about what is better for society, and you argue that Islam is better because Protestantism led to individuality, which eventually led to liberalism, which I agree liberalism is not the best for society. But I think your argument fails in that Islam would also have this liberal ideology influence, except every time it starts up in a free Islamic society, they crush it through violence, war, and dictatorship, killing their own people. And you can see that in places like Iran and other places where revolution have taken place. And I would go on farther that even with the richest nation in the world, Saudi Arabia, Islamic nations have done nothing over the last 2 centuries to invent any great revolution for society. Meanwhile, a bunch of Christian farmers overthrew the greatest colonizing nation the world has ever seen and built the most powerful nation of the modern era. And even in this liberal revolution, America has maintained its Christian foundation while peacefully exploring revolutionary ideas and democracy. And so I would ask you, if Islam is better, why are your people massively immigrating to all the Christian nations and don't stay in their own?
One of the reasons is because supposed Christian nations like the U.S. keep bombing the crap out of Muslim nations. And so they're living in situations in which there's not a good economy, they're being bombed. I can go through so many examples of that, but I myself, I left the U.S. to live in a Muslim country, and I think Muslims should too. So maybe we agree on that.
Well, I just wanted to say the word shit because I see that Trent Horner's in the back, and I want to know if he's going to leave the room if I say the 4-letter word. No, okay. I'm just joking, Trent.
I think Trent should take my place for the rest of the day.
No, I just agree that the Muslims should go back to their nation and leave America.
You disagree with that?
No, I agree. They should stop immigrating here and taking over Frisco. It would be great.
I agree too. That's one thing I agree on.
Hey Jake, I just wanted to ask you, you say that Islam is better or would be better for American society because Protestantism, liberal Christianity imposes liberalism. But I want to ask you, if Islam would better American society, why is it the case that every single congressperson on the federal level in the United States have all been liberal Democrats that actually contribute to these things that you criticize?
In other words, you're saying that liberal democracy is a good thing? Is that what you're trying to say?
No. I said, if you're saying it's a bad thing and that Islam would be the alternative, why is it that every single Muslim representative on the federal level in Congress, every single one of them were liberal Democrats?
Well, there's hardly any of them. There's a few, and they're all phonies.
I guess that's the answer. Submit to Rome, Jay.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Hi, this question is actually directed at both you guys. As an ex-atheist, this question used to be kind of the center point of why I was an atheist. I think both Christianity and Islam agree and teach that human beings often fail to live according to God's will and what He teaches us. However, if followers repeatedly misuse or distort the religion throughout history, we see in Christianity through the Crusades, Islam, I think a lot of it goes without saying. We see ISIS, we see what happens in the Middle East. How should an outsider determine whether these failures reflect the human nature itself or actually something that it reveals about the religion itself? And is there any threshold where the consistent fruit of a movement should cause us to question the movement's teachings themselves?
Do you want to answer first, Joe?
Well, I mean, the examples were kind of complex. I don't think that with, issues like the Crusades, there's a simple, good guy, bad guy, and that was all bad or that was all good. I mean, all of these situations or examples are extremely complex, and it's very difficult to say in broad brushstrokes that this is all the fault of the religion, right? Like, I wouldn't want to say that because Western civilization birthed, liberalism and atheism in the modern era, that therefore all of Christianity. It's just very difficult. It's a complex question. I just don't know if you can immediately identify unless it's something egregious. And I think that in my perspective, a lot of Islamic teachings are egregiously wrong. Those things would be, to me, indicators, but that's also going to be based on my paradigm. So I think ultimately, I'm not trying to cop out, but ultimately it's going to be a paradigm level question depending upon what you consider to be good and bad. And if you're an atheist, I don't think atheists even have a basis to say what's good and bad. So they're just going to confirm with their own assumptions whatever they don't like based on interpreting some event like the Crusades or whatever.
And did you say you're an atheist or ex-atheist? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was just confused.
I attribute a lot of my atheism towards the fact that many religions justify evil acts through text or through their religion itself. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that certainly happens. It happens in Christianity, it happens in Islam, but I don't think that necessarily refutes the religion or indicates it, right? If there is a clear pattern that happens over and over again, and that the people themselves, pretty much all of them, are agreeing that it's from the religion, then that would call into question, as Jay said, whether or not you agree with said position. So, for example, of course, I don't support ISIS at all, but I do believe that jihad or warfare is legitimate. So, yeah, it just all depends on the situation.
My question is for the Muslim. You say that the Islamic religion is best for society. So, from a society like the Al Qaeda in Afghanistan, you have the education of women that is barred after grade 6. You have their restriction of public employment. You have their freedom of movement restricted. You have women being spit on and beaten for not wearing a head covering. You have Muslim women being attacked just for whatever the man wants. And you have mass rape of Muslim women. And you also have harlots and harem for Muslim women, where a man can take multiple wives. And then you also have bachabazi boys. So how do you reconcile this with the original premise of the debate being, how is this better for society?
You seem pretty upset by what you said. You've got a nice hat there. It's better than Jay's. But no, just because there are some Muslims, and I would dispute a lot of things that you said, but even if I granted that there are some Muslims who are doing things like, as you mentioned, bachabazi stuff in Afghanistan, that doesn't mean that it's correct. There's nothing in the Quran or Islamic law which supports that type of behavior at all. So there's always going to be people who claim to be a particular religion who actually do heinous things, and there's no way around that. It's just going to happen.
Out of curiosity, is there a society that you do think exists that has a form of Islamic law and practice?
There are some more than others, but none completely are instituting Islamic law. But I mean, I can give you my view of which ones I think are better. I think a lot of the Gulf states are.
would you agree that your supposed prophet and, in my opinion, demon, who married a 6-year-old girl, is the pinnacle of your religion and the ideal state of your society?
No, it's not the pinnacle of the religion. Just because the prophet did something, it doesn't make it the pinnacle of the religion.
We're going to move on to the next question.
My question is in the line of the relationship between the church and the state.
Mhm.
The Eastern Orthodox Church historically have been tied or married to the political unit that they exist in. The Russian Orthodox Church, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, Greek, Ethiopian, Eritrean. Now, usually they tend to support the state, even in times of war. Now, doesn't that put the Christian communities in those political units in danger of warring with each other? And we can see at the example of the Russian Orthodox Church supporting Putin, the Ukrainian Orthodox Church supporting Ukraine, warring with each other.
Yeah.
I have firsthand witnessed Eritreans and Ethiopians, Coptic Christians, warring with each other. How is that good for Christian societies in those states?
Why would that be good? What in anything that I argued would make you think that I'm saying that would be good?
Well, because the Eastern Orthodox Church is always tied to the political unit.
Well, because the church has something to say to politics and has a doctrine of symphonia, it again doesn't follow from that it will always be explicated or done in the right way. We would simply say that it's actually impossible, which I would agree with Jake, it's really not possible to have a secular view of the state if you are a religious believer. It becomes really, you really just cut God off from that area of society, and you act as if, as many Baptists think, right, that, well, I have my own personal religious belief, but it's nothing really to do with the state. So you kind of create this division between two realms. But there's never been a situation in Christian history or the Old Testament where God didn't have principles and things to say to the state. So the fact that you find examples, and by the way, there is no historical Ukrainian Orthodox Church. That doesn't exist. What exists is the church, huh?
The
Yeah,
Ukrainian
but-
Orthodox Church
okay.
exists now. And Ukrainian
Okay, where did that come from? You know where it came from?
Well, we can go into that, but either way.
Well, it was
Ukrainian
created by the
Orthodox
State
Church
Department.
Exists.
It
Russian
was
Orthodox
created by the State
exists.
Department, so that's why there's a Ukrainian Orthodox Church. Prior to the existence of Ukraine, which comes out of World War I, there was only the Russian church there. There was no Ukrainian Orthodox Church separate from Moscow. That's a creation of the West. So if your idea is that the separation of church and state is the ideal, it's ironic that it's actually the American government that created that separation there with the Church of Ukraine and with Moscow. So I'm simply saying that there will always be, as Pavanatiev said in his famous book, Reflections of a Russian Statesman, if you have this strict division of church and state, not just separation, but division of the church and the state, you don't actually get freedom and liberty. What you get is a new church running the state, namely the state becomes the church running the state. So I'm saying it's not possible to have what you're assuming, I'm assuming you're arguing.
Either way, Christians in those countries are warring with each other. That's my point. Also, if Russia or Ukraine or Ethiopia or Eritrea, in which these churches exist, if they were to collapse, the church also is affected or would collapse with them. Whereas in the Protestant tradition, if the U.S. were to go down, the Methodist Church or any Protestant church wouldn't go down with the state.
No, I don't think that's true at all. Again, there were no Protestant Methodist churches for centuries of existence for the first 1,500 years of the church, right? I mean, John Wesley Methodism, that's 1700s. So the idea that somehow Protestantism is protected because it's not tied to the state, that's not even classical Protestantism. All the first generation reformers utilized the state to promote their Reformation. Luther used the German princes. The history of the Methodist Church is bound up with the Anglican Church. So what you're arguing for is really just a fiction that doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, go to the next question. Sorry, I'm giving you I just want to make sure that they get to ask their questions before. Go ahead.
Okay, this is for Jake. I just got a question. Isn't the abolition of slavery in the Christian, that began in the Christian world, isn't that a good argument for the strength of Christian ethics and establishing a just society because it's rooted in a recognition of everybody being made in God's image and the primacy of love of neighbor as a duty?
Only if you think that slavery in any condition is unjust, which I don't agree with.
Okay, but surely you would agree that we're in a much better state now that the conditions of things like chattel slavery are gone and that country after country has abolished slavery. Don't you think that's on net a good effect?
I think that that is a good thing, yeah.
I just have a question for Jake.
Yeah.
Your whole debate, your whole deal was that liberalism is bad, which we agree on. My question to you is, if it's so bad, why are they the hypocrisy that every city that is Muslim here in the United States votes for them?
Why do Muslims vote for liberals, I guess
Yes,
is your
sir.
question?
They vote for democratic liberalism ideology that you guys do not support, but you're using it to take over this country.
I don't think we're taking over the country. We're about 1% of the population. So, what's that?
That's your goal.
That's not my goal.
Well-
I left. I'm out of here. I don't want nothing to do with you guys.
Sure.
So, I think that the reason is because secular liberalism has the facade of allowing people to do whatever they want, and that's what a lot of these Democrats and leftists promise Muslims. They think that because they're the extreme minority, they have to support that. They're okay to allow gays to get married and do those things so long as they can have their mosque and do whatever they want. That's the reasoning behind it. But I don't agree with it at all.
All right. Well, you're one of the few. But I mean, in my personal opinion, I agree with you. There should be more religion in the government. Maybe we keep all of you guys out of this country.
I'm not here, so it's fine with me.
I would like to thank both Muslims that came to debate to me for actually just arguing against Protestantism, because both Muslims, the whole argument was against Protestantism. So,
And arguing against Trent Horn too. Don't forget that.
Do want to do a couple of quick housekeeping things before we do one final round of applause. Jay is correct. Trent Horn and Jay agreed to a debate late this year that will be December 13th in that weekend. We're still negotiating on venues. We also want to show this beauty, as my editor just made this today, as Jay Dyer will be also facing Dr. David Wood this fall. So that'll be at DebateCon 9 in Orlando. Tickets will go on sale within the next week. We have a newsletter if you'd like to join that. That's at our YouTube About page. And that's where we send out basically whenever we do launch our next tickets for our next event. So we're looking forward to Jay and Dr. David Wood facing off twice at that fall conference in Orlando. Which, by the way, that hotel has a water park. I'm not joking. It's amazing. But with that, all right, we're good, Bob. Other housekeeping thing, and then we'll give a final round of applause. Remember to take anything out of your car. Don't leave anything in your car. Don't let it be a temptation to anybody. With that, one final round of... Go ahead, Jay.
I do have about 5 books left. We sold out almost all the books last night, but there are some books, and I'll be out there if you guys want to get some books.
Oh, that's right. And then we'll also do that meet and greet for those like 4 or 5 people really quick after the debate. But last round of applause. Jake and Jay, it's been a true pleasure to have you guys. Special thanks to our sponsors, Main First Project, Revival of the Anointed's Rule, Uncensored America, Patrick O'Neill, Arc Apologetics, Yonaguni International Cuisine, and SDA. Special thanks to our sponsor, Main First Project, fighting to put Mainers first. Check out mainfirstproject.org. Huge thanks to Revival of the Anointed's Rule, equipping Christians to fight for biblical values through policy victories. Check out revivetheroar.org. Special thanks to our sponsor, Uncensored America. Want to host a controversial speaker on your college campus? Start a chapter now on your campus at uncensoredamerica.us. Huge thanks to our sponsor, Apologetics Arc. Check out their app today by downloading it. 1 Peter 3:15 says, always be ready to give a defense. Huge thank you to our sponsor, Yonaguni International Cuisine of Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. Check them out on your next trip. Special thanks to our stage sponsor, SDA.
Every quiet night reveals something daylight is remarkably good at hiding. The room grows still. The conversations come to an end. The responsibilities of the day loosen their grip. The endless stream of information finally falls silent. Then, almost without warning, the mind begins returning to the thoughts it never truly resolved. A memory surfaces. A regret you believed was behind you. A conversation that still feels unfinished. A fear that quietly followed you through the day without ever fully disappearing. It can seem as though the night created these thoughts, when in reality the silence has simply uncovered what distraction kept hidden all along. Unfinished emotions have a way of asking for attention once there is nowhere left to run. During the day, distraction can easily feel like healing. Staying busy creates the comforting illusion that yesterday no longer matters. Days become weeks, routines continue, responsibilities demand attention, and life keeps moving forward. But the mind doesn't measure recovery by the passing of time. It measures it through understanding. Anything left unexplored quietly follows you into tomorrow, shaping your mood before breakfast, influencing your reactions before you notice them, and guiding your decisions long before you realize it. This is why two people can experience the same setback, yet carry it in completely different ways. One slowly learns to put it down. The other unknowingly carries it into every new day. Restlessness replaces peace. Sleep becomes escape instead of restoration. Morning arrives, and it feels as though nothing has changed, unaware that the same emotional patterns have been quietly rehearsing beneath the surface all along. The Stoics knew that the quality of life is shaped by the quality of thought. That insight becomes especially meaningful when the world grows quiet enough for your own mind to be heard clearly. Perhaps the greatest purpose of the night is not simply to recover from the day, but to decide which parts of it deserve to continue living inside you. The final thoughts you carry into sleep rarely remain there. They settle deeper, becoming part of the lens through which tomorrow is experienced. Little by little, they shape your attention, your emotions, and eventually the person you become without ever announcing that the transformation has already begun. Perhaps the quiet hours were never meant to be escaped at all. Perhaps they are the one part of the day where the mind becomes honest enough to release what no longer belongs there, allowing tomorrow to begin long before morning ever arrives. People believe sleep exists to restore the body, to ease tired muscles, quiet aching joints, and prepare them for another demanding day. They measure a good night by how many hours they remained unconscious, or how refreshed they feel after waking. Yet there is another kind of restoration taking place beneath the surface, one that quietly shapes the quality of your life long before you notice its effects. While the body lies still, the mind continues arranging experiences, sorting emotions, strengthening habits, and deciding which thoughts deserve to become part of tomorrow. That process rarely attracts attention because it happens silently. There are no alarms announcing it, and no visible signs that it has begun. Even so, each evening becomes a quiet crossroads. One direction carries unresolved anger, disappointment, fear, and self-judgment further into your future. The other slowly loosens their grip, allowing the mind to wake lighter than it was the day before. The difference is rarely found in sleep itself. It begins with what you bring into the silence before sleep arrives. Many people spend the final moments of the day surrounded by distractions. A glowing screen fills the room. Another video starts automatically. Messages continue arriving. News replaces stillness. Even exhaustion becomes something to escape rather than understand. At first, these habits seem harmless because they create temporary relief from difficult thoughts. The mind feels occupied, and occupied often feels peaceful. But there is an important difference between quieting the mind and silencing it. One creates understanding, the other postpones it. Marcus Aurelius warned that the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. Whatever remains hidden beneath constant distraction does not disappear simply because attention moves elsewhere. It waits patiently. Then, when the room grows dark and nothing else demands your focus, those unfinished emotions quietly return. A conversation from earlier in the day begins replaying. A mistake you believed was forgotten suddenly feels vivid again. A worry about tomorrow grows larger than it appeared only an hour before. It can feel as though the night created these thoughts, when in reality, the night simply removed everything that had been covering them. That realization changes the way you see those restless moments. Instead of viewing them as begin to look more like invitations. The mind is revealing what it has been carrying all along. During the rush of ordinary life, there is rarely enough stillness to notice what continues shaping your emotions beneath awareness. Responsibilities arrive one after another. Deadlines demand attention. Conversations pull your focus outward. By the time evening comes, you may believe the day is finished, simply because the tasks are complete. Yet, the inner experience of the day often remains unfinished. Feelings that were ignored continue searching for resolution. Judgments made in passing quietly settle into belief. Repeated often enough, those beliefs become the lens through which tomorrow will be experienced. This is why emotional habits rarely appear dramatic. They are built through ordinary evenings that feel almost identical to one another, each one adding another layer to the way you interpret yourself and the world around you. Stoic philosophy approached this reality with remarkable simplicity. Rather than treating the end of the day as an opportunity to escape from life, it treated the quiet hours as an opportunity to understand it. Reflection was never intended as punishment or endless self-criticism. It was an act of careful observation. Before allowing another day to begin, the mind was invited to examine what deserved to remain and what deserved to be released. That practice required honesty without harshness. You could acknowledge disappointment without allowing it to become your identity. You could recognize failure without deciding that failure defined your character. You could notice anger without feeding it until it shaped tomorrow's behavior. This quiet discipline does not demand perfection. It asks only for awareness. Awareness creates space, and within that space, different choices gradually become possible. Perhaps this explains why two people can experience similar difficulties, yet wake carrying entirely different emotional burdens. One falls asleep rehearsing every insult, every regret, every fear of what tomorrow might bring. The other spends a few quiet moments placing each experience where it belongs, accepting what cannot be changed while refusing to let temporary emotions become permanent companions. Their circumstances may look identical from the outside, but their inner worlds are already moving in different directions. Night after night, those small differences accumulate. Calm becomes easier for one because it has been quietly practiced. Restlessness becomes familiar for the other because it has been quietly repeated. Neither outcome appears overnight. They grow gradually through the thoughts chosen when nobody else is watching, during the final moments before consciousness gently gives way to sleep. The remarkable part is that this process remains available every single evening. No extraordinary circumstances are required. No perfect day must come first. The opportunity arrives whenever the noise begins fading, and the mind finally has room to speak honestly. Instead of fearing that silence, you can learn to welcome it with quiet curiosity. Beneath the unfinished conversations, beneath the lingering disappointments, beneath the endless movement of daily life, another possibility has been waiting patiently all along. Each night offers the chance to place unnecessary burdens down before carrying them into another morning. Over time, that simple habit begins changing something much deeper than the quality of your sleep. It slowly changes the person who opens their eyes when the new day begins. Long before your head reaches the pillow, something far more important than sleep has already begun. The mind has been collecting impressions since the moment you opened your eyes that morning. Every conversation, every disappointment, every quiet victory, every careless remark, every anxious prediction, and every repeated thought has left a subtle mark. Most of these moments seem too ordinary to matter. You move from one responsibility to the next without stopping to examine what each experience leaves behind. But the mind is always paying attention, even when you are not. It quietly decides which emotions deserve another rehearsal and which beliefs are becoming familiar enough to feel like truth. By the time evening arrives, much of tomorrow has already started taking shape because of the patterns you practiced today. This happens so gradually that it rarely feels like a choice. A single anxious thought appears before an important conversation, then returns later while driving home, and surfaces once again as you prepare for bed. Hours pass between each appearance, making them seem unrelated, yet together they begin forming a story. Before long, uncertainty becomes expectation. Doubt becomes identity. The mind stops treating these thoughts as passing visitors and starts welcoming them as permanent residents. That transformation doesn't happen because the thoughts are accurate. It happens because they are familiar. Repetition has a remarkable way of disguising assumption as reality, especially when no one pauses long enough to question what is quietly being practiced beneath the surface. If these reflections are helping you see your own mind more clearly, take a moment to subscribe. By doing so, you're making a commitment to cultivating greater clarity, discipline, and inner peace through timeless Stoic wisdom. Now, let's continue and explore what begins to change when this quiet practice becomes part of your life every single night. Many people believe they think freely throughout the day, yet much of their inner dialogue follows the same predictable path. The same worries appear before similar situations. The same disappointments replay whenever the mind grows quiet. The same fears return with slightly different faces, creating the illusion that new problems have arrived when the emotional pattern has remained unchanged all along. This explains why two different experiences can produce nearly identical emotional reactions. The circumstances may change, but the story underneath often stays exactly the same. The subconscious recognizes familiar emotional territory long before conscious awareness notices it, and it continues following those familiar paths because they require the least effort. The mind naturally returns to what it has practiced the most, regardless of whether those habits lead toward peace or unnecessary suffering. As daylight slowly gives way to evening, those repeated thoughts do not simply disappear because your responsibilities have ended. They continue gathering quietly beneath awareness, waiting for the moment when external distractions finally lose their influence. This is why the final hours before sleep often feel emotionally heavier than the rest of the day. It isn't because new burdens suddenly appeared. It is because the noise surrounding them has become quieter. Without endless conversations, constant notifications, or demanding schedules pulling attention in different directions, the mind naturally returns to whatever remains unresolved. Some people interpret this as overthinking, while others become frustrated that they cannot simply switch their thoughts off. In reality, the mind is doing exactly what it has been trained to do. It is continuing the emotional conversations that began hours earlier, carrying them forward until they either find understanding or become tomorrow's unfinished business. The Stoic approach begins by recognizing that this process is neither mysterious nor unfair. The mind reflects whatever it repeatedly receives. Just as a path through a forest becomes easier to follow each time someone walks across it, repeated thoughts slowly carve pathways that future thoughts begin following automatically. Left unattended, those pathways become habits. Habits become character. Character quietly shapes the way you interpret the world without announcing that it has taken control. This is why awareness matters so deeply. You cannot redirect a path you refuse to acknowledge. You cannot loosen the grip of a belief while pretending it has no influence. The first act of discipline is not forcing the mind into silence. It is learning to observe where it naturally travels when nothing else is demanding its attention. That observation often reveals something surprising. The thoughts repeated most frequently are not always the ones that deserve the greatest attention. Sometimes they are simply the loudest. Fear has a way of speaking with urgency. Regret insists that it must be replayed one more time before it can finally be understood. Self-criticism presents itself as responsibility, convincing you that harshness is the same as growth. But repetition alone never transforms a thought into wisdom. Many people spend years mentally rehearsing the same disappointments without becoming any wiser, because reflection and repetition are not the same thing. One creates understanding. The other strengthens emotional habit. Knowing the difference quietly changes the relationship you have with your own mind. As this becomes clearer, the purpose of the evening begins changing as well. Instead of allowing the subconscious to continue writing tomorrow from the emotional patterns of today, you begin creating a small space between observation and acceptance. You notice the stories asking to be repeated without automatically believing every word they contain. Some deserve further reflection. Others have simply overstayed their welcome. This quiet act of discernment may appear insignificant from the outside, but over weeks and months it changes something remarkably deep. The subconscious gradually learns that not every passing thought deserves another rehearsal. Some can simply arrive, be acknowledged with honesty, and then be allowed to leave. Night after night, that simple practice begins rewriting the inner story long before sleep finally arrives, allowing tomorrow to be shaped less by unconscious repetition and more by deliberate awareness. This is why unresolved emotions rarely disappear, simply because enough time has passed. Time moves forward regardless of whether the heart has caught up. Days become weeks, weeks become months, and life continues asking for your attention, yet certain feelings remain exactly where they were first left behind. They do not always announce themselves through dramatic breakdowns or obvious moments of pain. More often, they settle quietly beneath awareness, becoming part of the invisible background against which every new experience is measured. You may believe you are reacting only to what stands in front of you today, while in reality, part of your response belongs to something that happened long ago. The past rarely returns wearing its own face. It usually disguises itself as the present, borrowing new situations to repeat emotions that never found resolution the first time. This hidden process explains why seemingly ordinary moments can produce unexpectedly powerful reactions. A simple misunderstanding feels strangely personal. A delayed reply creates anxiety that seems larger than the situation deserves. A passing criticism lingers in your thoughts for hours, while countless compliments disappear almost immediately. From the outside, these reactions appear unpredictable. From the inside, they feel completely justified. The conscious mind focuses on what just happened. The deeper mind quietly asks whether this feels familiar. If it does, old emotions quickly step forward, carrying with them expectations that were formed long before the current moment ever arrived. Without realizing it, you begin responding to accumulated history rather than immediate reality. Because this happens beneath awareness, many people spend years trying to solve the wrong problem. They believe peace depends entirely upon changing circumstances, avoiding certain conversations, or finding people who never disappoint them. Each solution offers temporary relief, but the same emotional patterns eventually return wearing different clothes. One difficult relationship ends, only for similar struggles to appear in another. One source of stress disappears, yet another quietly replaces it. This repetition often creates the illusion that life itself is working against you, when much of the struggle comes from carrying unresolved emotional patterns into every new environment. The external details continue changing, while the internal story remains remarkably consistent. Until that story is understood, the mind keeps searching for confirmation that it was correct all along. That search happens automatically because the human mind naturally prefers familiarity over uncertainty. Even painful emotions can become strangely comfortable when they have been repeated often enough. They require no effort to recognize because they already know the path. Just as water gradually follows the same channels through the earth, repeated emotions slowly carve pathways that become easier to travel with each passing day. Eventually, disappointment arrives before evidence exists. Fear begins speaking before genuine danger appears. Self-doubt quietly introduces itself before new opportunities have even been explored. None of these reactions necessarily reflect reality. They reflect practice. The subconscious becomes remarkably efficient at repeating whatever it has rehearsed the longest, whether that rehearsal leads toward greater freedom or greater limitation. Sleep plays an important role in this process because the mind never truly stops organizing experience. While the body rests, the brain continues strengthening certain connections while allowing others to fade. Thoughts revisited throughout the day often receive another quiet rehearsal during the night, becoming slightly more familiar by morning. This is one reason emotional habits become so deeply rooted over time. They are not reinforced only during waking hours. They continue settling into memory while conscious awareness temporarily steps aside. By the time another sunrise arrives, yesterday's emotional patterns have already influenced the mood with which the new day begins. You wake believing your feelings belong entirely to the present, unaware that part of your emotional landscape was shaped long before your eyes ever opened. This understanding changes the purpose of evening reflection. Rather than treating the end of the day as a simple transition between work and rest, it becomes an opportunity to interrupt unconscious repetition before it quietly continues through the night. Reflection is not an attempt to erase difficult emotions or convince yourself that painful experiences never happened. It is the practice of meeting them with enough honesty that they no longer need to hide beneath awareness. Once something has been clearly seen, it begins losing the mysterious influence it once held. An emotion acknowledged calmly often becomes easier to carry than one constantly avoided. Avoidance may delay discomfort for a while, but it rarely removes it. More often, it simply gives unresolved feelings additional time to settle deeper into the foundations of your thinking. The Stoic path encourages this quiet honesty without asking you to become harsh toward yourself. There is no need to judge every uncomfortable feeling or demand immediate perfection. Growth rarely arrives through force. It develops through patient observation repeated consistently over time. You notice the emotional patterns asking for another rehearsal. You recognize where they first began. You allow yourself to see how they continue shaping present experiences without automatically surrendering to them. This simple act of awareness begins creating a small but meaningful distance between the emotion and the person experiencing it. That distance becomes the place where wiser choices quietly emerge. Over many evenings, something subtle begins changing. The emotions that once seemed permanent gradually lose their certainty. Reactions that once felt automatic become slightly slower, giving understanding enough time to enter before habit takes control. Tomorrow's mood is no longer determined entirely by yesterday's unresolved burdens, because those burdens are finally being examined instead of silently carried forward. Little by little, the mind learns that it does not have to preserve every painful story simply because it has repeated it for years. Some memories remain, but their emotional weight begins fading. Some disappointments stay part of your history, yet they stop becoming predictions about your future. The night no longer serves only as a place to recover from physical exhaustion. It quietly becomes the place where emotional burdens begin losing the power to decide who you will be when morning comes. Stoicism offers a different approach, one that feels surprisingly gentle despite its reputation for toughness. It does not ask you to suppress difficult emotions or pretend they never existed. It does not encourage building walls around the heart until nothing can reach you. Instead, It begins with something far quieter. It invites you to stop running. The sadness, frustration, disappointment and fear that seem so overwhelming during the day are not treated as enemies that must be defeated before peace can exist. They become experiences to observe carefully, with enough patience that they gradually reveal what has been hiding beneath them all along. This shift appears small at first, yet it changes the entire relationship you have with your own mind, because what is calmly understood no longer needs to keep demanding your attention. Many people spend years exhausting themselves in an invisible struggle against their own emotions. They push uncomfortable feelings away whenever they appear, convincing themselves that staying busy is the same as moving forward. They fill every empty moment with noise because silence feels dangerous. But avoidance has an interesting consequence. Whatever is repeatedly ignored rarely disappears. Instead, it quietly grows stronger beneath awareness, waiting for another opportunity to surface. The emotion itself is often less painful than the endless effort required to keep it hidden. That effort slowly drains your attention, your energy, and your ability to remain fully present. You may not notice the cost immediately because it is paid in small amounts each day, but over time the burden becomes part of your normal experience. You begin carrying emotional weight so consistently that you forget what it feels like to move without it. The Stoic path interrupts this cycle by replacing resistance with observation. Instead of asking, "How do I get rid of this feeling?" it gently asks you to understand why it continues returning. That single change transforms the entire conversation. You stop treating emotions as problems that need immediate solutions and begin seeing them as signals pointing towards something that deserves honest attention. Anger may reveal an expectation that was never questioned. Anxiety may uncover a need for certainty that life was never capable of providing. Regret may expose a lesson still waiting to be accepted rather than endlessly replayed. Once these emotions are approached with curiosity instead of fear, they begin losing much of the urgency that once made them feel impossible to escape. Their power was never found solely in their existence. Much of it came from your constant effort to avoid looking directly at them. This becomes especially important as the day comes to an end. Night has a remarkable way of exposing whatever the mind has been trying to outrun. The distractions that filled every waking hour slowly fade into the background, leaving only your thoughts and the quiet rhythm of your own breathing. For someone who has spent the entire day avoiding difficult emotions, this silence can feel deeply uncomfortable. The mind immediately resumes conversations that were interrupted earlier. Old worries begin speaking again. Familiar fears quietly step forward. Yet for someone who has practiced careful observation throughout the day, the silence carries a different quality. Instead of becoming a place where unresolved emotions gain strength, it becomes a place where understanding continues deepening. The same quiet exists for both people. What changes is the relationship they have built with their own inner experience before the lights were ever turned off. One of the greatest misunderstandings about emotional discipline is the belief that calm people simply feel less. In reality, they often feel just as deeply as anyone else. The difference lies in what happens after the feeling appears. Rather than immediately reacting, resisting, or becoming consumed by it, they allow themselves a brief pause. That pause creates room for awareness to enter before habit takes control. It is within that small space that freedom quietly begins growing. Emotions are no longer treated as commands demanding immediate obedience. They become information. Useful, sometimes uncomfortable, but never absolute. Once this way of responding becomes familiar, the mind gradually stops fearing its own emotional landscape because it has learned that every feeling can be experienced without surrendering to it completely. This practice also changes the quality of sleep in ways that are easy to overlook. Physical rest may come from closing your eyes, But emotional rest depends upon what your mind continues carrying after the day has ended. A person who spends every evening fighting unwanted thoughts often falls asleep, exhausted long before feeling peaceful. The body may recover overnight, yet the mind wakes carrying the same unfinished burdens into another morning. Quiet observation creates a different ending to the day. Instead of feeding every worry another round of attention, you begin placing experiences into their proper perspective. Some deserve further reflection. Others simply deserve permission to end. The subconscious no longer receives constant instructions to preserve every disappointment as something urgently important. It slowly learns that some experiences have already served their purpose and no longer need to occupy tomorrow. This does not happen in a single evening. The mind rarely changes through dramatic breakthroughs. It changes through repeated moments of patient awareness that slowly become familiar enough to replace older habits. Each time you choose observation over avoidance, another small adjustment takes place beneath awareness. Each time you sit quietly with an uncomfortable emotion instead of immediately escaping from it, you teach your mind that discomfort is not the same as danger. Confidence grows naturally from that realization because you begin trusting your ability to face your own inner world without becoming overwhelmed by it. Sleep becomes less about escaping the day and more about completing it with honesty. Eventually, something subtle begins changing long before you notice it consciously. Thoughts that once demanded endless repetition begin appearing less frequently. Emotional reactions soften because they are no longer supported by years of unconscious resistance. The silence before sleep starts feeling less like a confrontation and more like a conversation that no longer needs to be feared. The mind settles more easily because it has stopped carrying the impossible responsibility of avoiding itself. Peace does not arrive because life suddenly becomes easier. It arrives because the struggle against your own experience slowly comes to an end, leaving behind a quieter mind that no longer mistakes understanding for weakness or stillness for surrender. Many people confuse reflection with overthinking because, on the surface, both seem to involve revisiting the same experiences after the day has ended. They both happen in silence. They both ask you to look backward before moving forward. They both unfold while the world around you grows quiet, yet they lead to completely different destinations. One leaves the mind lighter than before. The other leaves it exhausted. One untangles confusion until understanding begins to emerge. The other ties every thought into tighter knots until even simple situations feel impossible to navigate. The difference is not found in how much you think. It is found in how you think. Reflection seeks truth. Overthinking seeks certainty. One accepts that not everything can be controlled. The other refuses to stop searching until every possible outcome has been predicted, every mistake corrected, and every uncomfortable feeling explained away. That search never truly ends, because the mind was never designed to eliminate all uncertainty. The harder it tries, the more uncertainty it discovers waiting around the next corner. This is why so many evenings quietly become battles that no one else can see. The lights go out, the room becomes still, and the mind immediately begins replaying the same conversations that seemed finished hours ago. A sentence spoken carelessly is examined from every possible angle. An awkward moment is replayed with different endings. A decision made earlier in the day suddenly feels questionable. At first, this seems responsible. It feels as though you are learning from experience or preparing yourself for tomorrow. But after a while, nothing new is being discovered. The same thoughts simply circle back to where they started. There is no deeper understanding, only deeper exhaustion. The mind mistakes repetition for progress because movement often feels productive, even when it leads nowhere. Hours can disappear inside these familiar loops without producing a single meaningful insight. By morning, the emotional weight has increased, yet the original problem remains exactly where it was the night before. Reflection moves differently. It is slower, calmer, and remarkably free from urgency. It does not demand immediate answers because it understands that clarity rarely appears under pressure. Instead of asking how every uncomfortable feeling can be eliminated, it quietly asks what the experience is trying to reveal. That small shift changes everything. A difficult conversation stops being evidence that you failed and becomes an opportunity to understand why certain words affected you so deeply. A disappointment becomes more than proof that life is unfair. It becomes an invitation to examine the expectations that made the disappointment feel so overwhelming in the first place. Reflection is less concerned with defending the ego than understanding the mind. It does not rush toward conclusions because it recognizes that lasting wisdom usually arrives after judgment has become quiet enough to listen. Overthinking, on the other hand, rarely listens. It argues. It searches endlessly for explanations that provide complete emotional safety, even though life has never offered such guarantees. One thought quickly gives birth to another, and before long the original issue has become almost impossible to recognize beneath the growing pile of imagined possibilities. A small uncertainty turns into a future catastrophe. A simple misunderstanding becomes evidence of permanent failure. The imagination quietly expands every fear until it feels larger than reality itself. This happens because overthinking feeds on unanswered questions. Instead of accepting that some things require patience, it demands immediate certainty from situations that cannot possibly provide it. The result is a restless mind that spends more time predicting tomorrow than living today. Ironically, the more energy it spends trying to prevent suffering, the more suffering it quietly creates. The Stoic approach gently interrupts this pattern by bringing attention back to what is actually present instead of what might happen next. Rather than following every anxious thought wherever it chooses to lead, you begin asking whether that thought deserves your attention at all. Many do not. Some are simply echoes of earlier fears returning out of habit rather than necessity. Others belong to problems that no longer exist except inside memory. This realization does not require you to force thoughts away or pretend they never appeared. It simply reminds you that noticing a thought is different from believing it. The mind is capable of producing countless stories throughout a single evening. Awareness quietly decides which stories deserve to continue and which ones can end without another rehearsal. That quiet decision gradually changes the emotional atmosphere of the night. Sleep itself begins feeling different once this distinction becomes familiar. Instead of carrying every unfinished thought into bed as though it were urgently important, you slowly learn to separate genuine reflection from endless mental repetition. Some experiences deserve careful attention because they contain lessons that strengthen character. Others deserve nothing more than acknowledgement before being released. This process is surprisingly gentle. There is no dramatic struggle against the mind, no attempt to silence every thought. You simply stop giving equal importance to everything that passes through your awareness. The mind begins discovering that peace is not created by thinking more. It often appears when unnecessary thinking quietly comes to an end. This shift also changes the relationship you have with yourself. Overthinking often speaks with the voice of constant criticism, convincing you that relentless analysis is proof of responsibility. Reflection speaks differently. It remains honest without becoming cruel. It allows mistakes to remain visible without turning them into permanent identities. That balance creates something many people spend years searching for without realizing it. Self-understanding replaces self-condemnation. Curiosity replaces constant judgment. You become willing to learn from experience instead of endlessly punishing yourself for having one. That willingness softens the emotional tension carried throughout the day and prevents it from quietly following you into the night. Over time, the evenings become less crowded. The same silence remains, but it no longer feels occupied by endless arguments inside your own mind. thoughts still arrive because that is what minds naturally do. The difference is that they no longer control the entire conversation. Reflection gently gathers what deserves to remain while allowing the rest to pass without resistance. Night after night, that simple habit creates a quieter inner world. Sleep becomes less about escaping mental noise and more about resting within a mind that has finally learned the difference between searching for clarity and becoming lost inside its own endless questions. Before sleep, the mind naturally becomes quieter. The conversations of the day begin fading into the background. The demands that filled every hour slowly lose their urgency. The constant movement that once pulled your attention in countless directions finally begins to settle. Many people mistake this quietness for emptiness, believing nothing important is happening simply because the world around them has become still. In reality, some of the most significant moments of the day are only just beginning. When external noise disappears, the inner world becomes easier to hear. Thoughts that spent the entire day waiting patiently beneath deadlines, conversations, and responsibilities finally have enough space to emerge. Some arrive gently, asking only to be acknowledged. Others return with surprising intensity, carrying emotions that seemed forgotten only hours before. The silence does not create these experiences. It simply reveals what has been present all along. This is why the final moments before sleep deserve more attention than they usually receive. Throughout the day, the mind constantly adapts to whatever demands immediate focus. There is always another message to answer, another task to complete, another decision to make. Even moments of rest are often filled with entertainment designed to keep attention occupied. Rarely does the mind experience uninterrupted stillness. Yet the evening quietly removes those layers one by one until only awareness remains. Without constant stimulation directing your attention outward, your thoughts naturally begin turning inward. This transition can feel unfamiliar because modern life rarely encourages people to sit comfortably with themselves. Instead, many instinctively reach for another distraction, not because they truly need it, but because silence has become something they no longer know how to trust. The remarkable thing about silence is that it refuses to compete for your attention. It waits. It asks for nothing. It simply creates enough space for the mind to reveal what has already been shaping your inner life without permission. At first, this can feel uncomfortable. A forgotten disappointment quietly returns. An unfinished conversation begins replaying itself. A worry about tomorrow gently knocks at the door of your attention. It is tempting to believe these thoughts arrived because the room became quiet, but they have been traveling beside you all day. They simply lacked an opportunity to speak clearly, while louder concerns occupied the surface of your awareness. The quieter the environment becomes, the easier it is to notice what has been quietly influencing your emotions beneath everything else. This moment carries an unusual kind of power because habits become especially visible when there is nothing left to distract from them. During busy hours, emotional patterns often hide behind circumstances. You assume irritation comes from traffic, exhaustion comes from work, or anxiety comes from tomorrow's responsibilities. As the day slows, those explanations begin losing some of their certainty. You start recognizing that many reactions have become familiar long before today's events ever occurred. Certain thoughts appear almost automatically. Particular fears seem to know exactly when to return. Old judgments slip into awareness without invitation. None of this happens because the night is working against you. It happens because the mind naturally returns to whatever it has practiced most consistently. Quietness does not invent habits. It exposes them. That realization may feel unsettling at first, but it is also deeply encouraging. A habit revealed is no longer invisible. Once you begin noticing where your attention naturally travels, you gain the opportunity to gently guide it somewhere new. This is why the evening becomes more than a simple ending to the day. It becomes a meeting place between unconscious repetition and conscious choice. You begin recognizing the familiar pathways your mind has been following for weeks, months, or even years. Instead of automatically walking those same roads again, you pause long enough to ask whether they still deserve your attention. This is not a struggle against your own thoughts. It is an invitation to observe them without immediately becoming part of every story they tell. Slowly, another possibility begins appearing. The same quietness that once strengthened anxious habits now starts dissolving them. This change rarely happens through dramatic effort. It develops because awareness interrupts repetition. A thought appears, but instead of chasing it through endless conclusions, you simply notice it. An uncomfortable emotion rises, but instead of treating it as an emergency, you allow it to exist without immediately feeding it another hour of attention. Something remarkable happens in these small moments. Habits depend upon unconscious repetition. Once awareness enters the process, repetition becomes less automatic. The emotional pathways that once felt impossible to escape begin losing some of their certainty because they are no longer receiving constant reinforcement. This gentle shift changes the quality of the entire night. Rather than becoming a place where worries gather strength before tomorrow begins, the evening slowly becomes a place where unnecessary burdens are quietly set down. You stop expecting the mind to become completely empty because that was never its purpose. Thoughts will continue arriving, memories will continue appearing, emotions will continue moving through your awareness. The difference is that they no longer dictate the direction of the entire evening. Some remain briefly before passing naturally. Others reveal something worth understanding before fading on their own. The silence itself remains unchanged, but your relationship with it becomes entirely different. Instead of fearing what might surface, you begin trusting that whatever appears can be observed with patience rather than resisted with urgency. Night after night, this simple practice quietly reshapes the inner landscape. The habits that once tightened their grip through constant repetition begin weakening because they are no longer being rehearsed without awareness. In their place, something steadier begins taking root. Patience grows where impatience once rushed ahead. Understanding gradually replaces automatic judgment. The mind learns that stillness is not something to escape, but something to enter willingly. Sleep becomes more than physical rest, because the final moments before it are no longer filled with unconscious struggle. They become an opportunity to leave behind what no longer deserves another tomorrow. By the time morning arrives, the external world may remain exactly the same, yet something within has shifted ever so slightly. Those small shifts, repeated across countless quiet evenings, become the foundation upon which a calmer, clearer, and more deliberate life is slowly built. Every repeated emotional pattern began as a single experience. No one enters the world already convinced they are not enough. No child is born expecting rejection, preparing for disappointment, or assuming every mistake defines their worth. Those conclusions are learned gradually, often so quietly that the learning itself goes unnoticed. A painful conversation leaves an impression. A moment of embarrassment lingers longer than expected. Trust is broken. Effort goes unseen. One difficult experience rarely changes an entire life, but the meaning attached to it can. When the same interpretation is repeated often enough, it slowly becomes less like a memory and more like a belief. Over time, that belief begins influencing thoughts, emotions, and decisions long after the original event has faded into the background. The experience ends, but the story continues because the mind keeps telling it. That is how emotional patterns quietly take root. They are rarely created in a single dramatic moment. More often they are built through small conclusions, repeated so consistently that they eventually feel inseparable from who you are. This is why familiar emotions can feel strangely convincing, even when they no longer reflect reality. Fear appears before the situation has revealed whether it deserves fear. Shame arrives before any real judgment has been made. Disappointment begins preparing itself before events have fully unfolded. These emotions seem automatic because they have traveled the same path so many times that the mind no longer pauses to ask whether the journey is still necessary. Familiarity creates efficiency. The brain prefers what it already knows because familiar pathways require less energy than creating new ones. Unfortunately, the mind makes very little distinction between habits that protect you and habits that quietly limit you. It simply strengthens whatever receives repeated attention. If a particular emotional response has been practiced for years, it begins appearing almost instantly, often before conscious thought has a chance to participate. What feels like instinct is frequently repetition wearing a different name. This realization can feel unsettling because it challenges the comforting belief that personality is fixed. It is easier to assume this is just who I am than to question patterns that have existed for so long they seem permanent. Yet many of the qualities people describe as personality are simply emotional habits that have become deeply familiar. The person who expects rejection may not have been born pessimistic. They may have learned to protect themselves by expecting disappointment before it could surprise them. The person who constantly seeks approval may have spent years believing acceptance had to be earned rather than received. The person who struggles to trust may have learned that lesson honestly through painful experiences. None of these patterns appear without reason. They often begin as intelligent responses to difficult circumstances. The problem is that what once protected you can continue controlling you long after the original danger has disappeared. The mind rarely notices when protection quietly becomes limitation. A habit formed during one chapter of life can continue directing behavior in completely different circumstances. Someone who learned to remain silent in order to avoid conflict may continue withholding honest thoughts even when surrounded by people who genuinely want to understand them. Someone who became emotionally guarded after disappointment may continue keeping meaningful relationships at a distance, despite no longer facing the same risks. The pattern survives because it succeeded once before. The subconscious remembers the relief it provided and repeats it automatically, even when the situation has completely changed. This is not weakness, it is simply the mind doing what it was designed to do. It preserves what once appeared useful. Awareness becomes necessary because the mind cannot distinguish between an outdated strategy and a timeless truth without your participation. That is where genuine change quietly begins. Before replacing an emotional pattern, you first recognize that it has a history. It did not appear out of nowhere. It developed through repetition, experience, and interpretation. Realizing this removes some of the shame people often carry about their struggles. Instead of viewing yourself as broken, you begin seeing yourself as someone who learned certain ways of responding under particular conditions. Learning can always be questioned. Habits can always be observed. Patterns can always be interrupted. This perspective replaces hopelessness with responsibility, not the heavy responsibility of blaming yourself for everything that happened, but the quieter responsibility of deciding what deserves to continue shaping your future. The past may explain your emotional habits, but it does not have to keep writing tomorrow's responses. This patient way of looking inward reflects a discipline that is often misunderstood. Many assume inner strength requires forcing unwanted emotions to disappear through sheer determination. In reality, forcing usually strengthens resistance rather than creating freedom. Lasting change begins with honest observation. You notice where fear consistently appears. You recognize which situations awaken familiar shame. You become curious about the disappointments that continue echoing years after they first occurred. Gradually, these emotional patterns stop feeling mysterious because you begin understanding the path they followed to arrive where they are today. Once the path becomes visible, it also becomes possible to choose another direction. Awareness quietly interrupts automatic repetition. creating space for something different to emerge. This process unfolds slowly because deeply rooted habits rarely disappear overnight. They loosen through countless ordinary moments rather than dramatic breakthroughs. One evening you respond with slightly more patience than before. Another day you notice fear without immediately believing everything it says. A familiar disappointment arises, yet this time it does not define the entire day. These changes may appear insignificant in isolation, but together they begin reshaping the emotional landscape that once felt permanent. The old pattern still appears occasionally, but its certainty begins fading. It no longer arrives as an unquestioned authority. It becomes one voice among many rather than the only story available. Eventually, a quiet realization begins taking hold. Familiarity was never proof that something belonged to you forever. An emotion repeated for years can still be released. A belief carried since childhood can still be questioned. A pattern followed through countless seasons of life can still come to an end. The mind changes gradually because it learns gradually. Just as repeated experiences once strengthened habits that no longer serve you, repeated moments of awareness begin building something steadier in their place. The same patience that allowed old emotional patterns to develop becomes the patience that gently dissolves them. Night after night, reflection after reflection, you discover that your history may explain the roads you have traveled, but it does not have the authority to decide where the next road must lead. The subconscious has a remarkably simple way of learning. It does not pause to examine every thought with careful logic before deciding whether it deserves a permanent place in your mind. It does not patiently separate useful beliefs from destructive ones. Instead, it pays close attention to repetition. Whatever receives your focus again and again gradually becomes familiar, and whatever becomes familiar begins feeling true, regardless of whether it actually is. This happens quietly, without permission, because the subconscious was never designed to act as a philosopher, carefully evaluating every conclusion. It behaves more like a faithful recorder, preserving what it experiences most often and preparing to use it again whenever similar situations appear. That is why the thoughts that accompany you into the evening carry far more influence than they seem to in the moment. They are not simply passing through your awareness, they are teaching your mind what to expect from life tomorrow. Consider how naturally this process unfolds. A single thought appears after a difficult conversation. Perhaps you tell yourself you should have spoken differently, or that someone must think less of you now. On its own, that thought has very little power. But if it returns the following morning, reappears throughout the afternoon, and quietly settles beside you before sleep, it begins becoming something more than a passing reaction. It starts becoming familiar. Familiarity slowly transforms possibility into expectation. Before long, you stop questioning the thought because it has accompanied you so consistently that it feels like an ordinary part of your inner voice. The subconscious accepts this repetition without demanding proof. It simply notices where attention keeps returning and quietly prepares to continue the pattern. This explains why people often struggle to understand where certain beliefs about themselves originated. They cannot remember making a conscious decision to feel inadequate or anxious or unworthy. In truth, very few people ever choose those conclusions deliberately. They simply spend enough time rehearsing particular thoughts that the subconscious gradually adopts them as reliable patterns. Once that happens, the mind begins filtering new experiences through those existing expectations. Compliments become easy to dismiss because they conflict with familiar beliefs. Criticism feels deeply convincing because it agrees with what has already been practiced internally. Reality itself begins bending around the stories repeated most often. The world has not necessarily changed. The lens through which it is interpreted quietly has. Nighttime gives these patterns unusual influence because the mind becomes less occupied with immediate demands. During the day, Attention constantly shifts between conversations, work, responsibilities, and countless small decisions. Those interruptions naturally limit how long one thought can remain at the center of awareness. Evening removes many of those interruptions. The same idea that briefly appeared during breakfast now has room to linger. It grows stronger through repetition, not because it contains greater wisdom, but because it receives uninterrupted attention. This is why the emotional atmosphere surrounding your final waking moments matters so much. The subconscious does not distinguish between thoughts chosen intentionally and thoughts entertained accidentally. It simply notices which ones remain present as consciousness slowly begins giving way to sleep. Many people unknowingly reinforce the very emotional patterns they wish would disappear. They spend the final minutes of the evening reviewing everything that went wrong, replaying uncomfortable conversations, anticipating tomorrow's problems, or criticizing themselves for mistakes that cannot be changed. None of this feels like training. It feels like thinking. Yet from the subconscious perspective, repetition is instruction. Each replay quietly communicates that this material deserves preservation. The mind responds accordingly. It strengthens the emotional pathways connected to those thoughts, making them slightly easier to access the following day. Then, the cycle repeats. Familiar thoughts become increasingly automatic until they appear without invitation. What began as an occasional concern slowly becomes part of the emotional background against which daily life unfolds. The encouraging part is that this process works in both directions. Just as repeated worry gradually shapes expectation, repeated calm begins doing the same. When you spend time each evening returning your attention to steadier, more balanced ways of seeing your experiences, the subconscious quietly begins learning those patterns as well. This does not require pretending difficult emotions never existed. It simply means refusing to rehearse them endlessly after they have already taught what they needed to teach. Instead of feeding fear another hour of attention, you begin practicing acceptance. Instead of repeating harsh judgments about yourself, you begin noticing your experiences with greater honesty and less condemnation. At first, these new patterns may feel unfamiliar because they have not yet received enough repetition to become natural. That discomfort is temporary. Familiarity always follows consistent practice. This is why patience becomes such an important part of inner change. People often expect immediate transformation after one evening of reflection or one day of disciplined thinking. The subconscious rarely works that way. It changes through accumulation. Just as years of repeated emotional habits were not built overnight, healthier patterns also require time before they become automatic. Each quiet evening contributes another small lesson. Each moment spent observing rather than reacting becomes another reminder that attention is a choice. Eventually, those small moments gather enough momentum that the mind begins following them without constant effort. Peace stops feeling like something that must be forced because it has slowly become familiar. As this understanding deepens, the final moments before sleep take on an entirely different meaning. They are no longer empty minutes waiting for unconsciousness to arrive. They become one of the most important opportunities of the day to gently influence the direction your inner life will continue taking. Whatever receives your attention during those quiet moments quietly echoes long after your eyes have closed. The subconscious listens carefully, not because it understands every word, but because it faithfully remembers what you repeatedly place before it. Night after night, those repetitions become habits. Habits become expectations. Expectations shape perception. And before long, the life you experience each morning begins reflecting the thoughts you quietly rehearsed while the rest of the world was asleep. This raises an uncomfortable question, one that many people spend years avoiding without even realizing it. If the same emotional wounds return every evening, if the same disappointments continue asking for your attention after the day has ended, then something more than memory is taking place. The mind is not simply remembering the past, it is rehearsing it. Each repetition becomes another quiet lesson, another reminder offered to the subconscious about who you believe you are and what you should expect from the world. Night after night, these rehearsals continue without applause or announcement. They happen in silence, beneath conscious awareness, where identity is shaped far more than most people realize. The greatest influence on tomorrow is often not what happens tomorrow at all. It is what you repeatedly tell yourself before today has fully come to an end. This process feels so natural that it rarely attracts suspicion. You lie awake thinking about an argument that happened years ago, a mistake you wish you could erase, or an opportunity that slipped away. At first, it seems harmless. After all, everyone reflects from time to time. But reflection quietly becomes reinforcement when the same emotional story is repeated without gaining any new understanding. The event itself no longer changes. Only the emotional pathway grows stronger. Each rehearsal makes it easier for the mind to travel the same familiar road again tomorrow. Eventually, you stop choosing that path consciously because it has become the default direction your attention naturally follows whenever life becomes quiet. The story is no longer something you occasionally remember. It becomes part of the lens through which you interpret yourself. This explains why certain emotional patterns become so difficult to break. They are no longer supported only by memory. They are supported by identity. Somewhere along the way, disappointment stops being something that happened and quietly becomes evidence for who you believe yourself to be. Fear stops functioning as a temporary response and begins presenting itself as wisdom. Shame no longer appears as an emotion passing through awareness, but as proof that something is permanently wrong with you. Once emotions become attached to identity, they naturally resist change, because changing them begins feeling like changing yourself. The mind protects familiar identities even when those identities continue producing unnecessary suffering. Familiarity creates safety, even if that safety comes at the cost of peace. The strange part is that this transformation rarely happens through dramatic events alone. More often, it develops through countless ordinary evenings that seem completely unremarkable. You repeat the same judgments before sleep. You revisit the same disappointments. You quietly assume tomorrow will feel much like yesterday because yesterday feels so familiar. Each repetition appears insignificant on its own, almost too small to matter. Yet identity is rarely built through extraordinary moments. It is built through ordinary thoughts, repeated so consistently that they become automatic. Little by little, the subconscious stops asking whether these stories are accurate. It simply begins organizing your expectations around them. Tomorrow starts looking remarkably similar to yesterday because the mind has already decided which emotional patterns deserve another performance. This realization is not meant to create discouragement. In fact, it offers one of the most hopeful insights available. If repeated thoughts helped shape the person you have become, then repeated awareness can help shape the person you are still becoming. As Aristotle observed, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Identity is far less rigid than it often appears. Beneath every emotional habit lies a pattern strengthened through repetition. Anything strengthened through repetition can gradually weaken when that repetition changes. The process requires patience because deeply familiar stories rarely disappear after one evening of reflection. But each time you choose not to rehearse an old wound in quite the same way, something subtle begins shifting. The subconscious notices new patterns just as faithfully as it once learned the old ones. This is why the moments before sleep deserve so much respect. During those quiet minutes, you are not merely ending another day. You are quietly introducing your mind to the version of yourself you intend to strengthen. If your attention repeatedly settles on resentment, your emotional world slowly organizes itself around resentment. If your attention continually returns to failure, Your expectations begin reflecting failure before new experiences have even unfolded. But when you consistently return to acceptance, honesty, patience, and perspective, those qualities also begin settling into the deeper layers of the mind. They may feel unfamiliar at first because they have not yet accumulated years of repetition. That unfamiliarity is not evidence that they are unnatural. It is simply evidence that they are new. Gradually, the evening becomes less about reviewing everything that went wrong and more about noticing what deserves to continue into tomorrow. Some experiences still require reflection because they contain genuine lessons. Others ask only to be released. The wisdom lies in recognizing the difference. Without that discernment, every emotional wound demands equal attention, and the mind grows crowded with burdens that no longer serve any meaningful purpose. With that discernment, the inner world begins feeling lighter, because unnecessary repetition quietly loses its place. You stop feeding old stories simply because they have become familiar. Instead, you begin choosing which stories deserve another chapter, and which ones have already reached their natural conclusion. Over time, this quiet discipline changes something remarkably deep. The emotional wounds that once seemed permanent no longer define every evening. They still exist as part of your history, but they stop functioning as architects of your future. The subconscious gradually learns that your identity is larger than your disappointments, stronger than your fears, and far more flexible than old habits once suggested. Morning arrives carrying a different emotional atmosphere because the night before was no longer spent reinforcing the same familiar pain. Instead of strengthening old versions of yourself through unconscious repetition, you begin strengthening a quieter, steadier way of being that grows almost unnoticed, one evening at a time. Long before anyone else recognizes the change, you begin feeling it within yourself. The same silence remains, but it is no longer occupied by the constant echo of old wounds. It becomes the place where a different version of you is patiently, quietly, and deliberately being built. The Stoics understood that healing begins long before circumstances improve. It begins the moment you become willing to observe your own mind with honesty instead of immediately believing everything it tells you. This sounds simple, yet it may be one of the most difficult disciplines a person can practice. The mind speaks constantly. From the moment you wake until the moment you fall asleep, an endless stream of thoughts quietly interprets every experience. Some of those thoughts encourage patience. Others quietly fuel fear, resentment, or self-doubt. Most pass by so quickly that they are accepted without question. They become the invisible narrator of your life, explaining what every event means and what each experience supposedly says about you. Because that voice has always been present, it rarely feels separate from who you are. It simply feels like reality. But reality and interpretation are not always the same thing, and recognizing that difference becomes the beginning of genuine inner change. Throughout the day, these conversations continue beneath everything you do. You may be speaking with co-workers, spending time with family, answering messages, or completing ordinary tasks. Yet another dialogue quietly unfolds beneath every action. It comments on your performance. It predicts outcomes before they arrive. It judges your mistakes and compares your progress to invisible standards that were never consciously chosen. Most people become so accustomed to this inner commentary that they stop hearing it altogether. They notice only the emotions that follow. Anxiety appears without recognizing the thoughts that created it. Discouragement settles in without seeing the quiet judgments that prepared the way. Frustration feels automatic because the conversation leading toward it happened so quickly that awareness never caught up. The emotion becomes obvious. The thinking beneath it remains hidden. Learning to notice these conversations does not require constant analysis or endless self-examination. In fact, forcing awareness usually creates another layer of unnecessary tension. Instead, It begins with quiet observation. You simply become interested in where your mind naturally goes when nothing demands immediate attention. During a peaceful walk, while waiting in line, or during the final minutes before sleep, the inner voice gradually becomes easier to hear. It reveals what it values, what it fears, and what it continues protecting long after protection is no longer needed. Some thoughts disappear almost as quickly as they arrive. Others return so consistently that they deserve closer attention. Those repeated themes often reveal the beliefs quietly shaping your entire emotional world. At first, this observation may feel uncomfortable because it removes the illusion that your thoughts are automatically accurate. You begin recognizing how often the mind predicts outcomes that never happen. You notice how quickly it assumes the worst without gathering enough evidence. You hear the familiar criticism that appears after even small mistakes, speaking as though perfection were the only acceptable standard. None of this realization is meant to create shame. Quite the opposite. Awareness softens self-judgment because it creates distance between the observer and the thought itself. Instead of saying, "This is who I am," you quietly begin saying, "This is what my mind is saying right now." That subtle shift changes everything. Thoughts remain present, but they no longer possess the same unquestioned authority they once held. The evenings become especially meaningful because the inner dialogue grows easier to notice once external noise begins fading. The world becomes quieter, and the mind naturally steps forward. This is not the time to fear what you hear. It is the time to listen with patience. Some conversations deserve to continue because they lead toward understanding. Others have been repeating for years without offering anything new. They survive only because they have never been questioned. Once awareness gently shines upon them, they begin losing the certainty that repetition once provided. A familiar fear starts looking less like destiny and more like habit. A harsh judgment begins sounding more like an old echo than an undeniable truth. The voice remains, but its influence quietly weakens because it is finally being seen instead of unconsciously followed. This patient practice slowly transforms the relationship you have with yourself. Rather than constantly reacting to every passing thought, you begin responding with greater steadiness. Silence no longer feels threatening because it becomes a place where understanding quietly grows. The conversations inside your mind continue, but they no longer unfold without your participation. You become an active witness instead of an unconscious listener. Over time, this changes far more than your evenings. It changes the emotional atmosphere you carry into each new morning. Decisions become less driven by old assumptions. Reactions become less automatic. The mind gradually learns that awareness itself is deeply healing because it interrupts the habits that once shaped life without permission. Before circumstances ever begin changing, the person experiencing those circumstances has already started seeing them through clearer eyes, and that quiet shift becomes the foundation upon which every lasting transformation is built. This is one of the quiet paradoxes of the mind. The more desperately you try not to think about something, the more deeply your attention becomes attached to it. Resistance keeps the memory alive because resistance requires constant awareness of what you are trying to avoid. You cannot continually push something away without continuing to look in its direction. It is like attempting to hold a ball beneath the surface of water. For a while, effort keeps it hidden, but that effort never truly ends. The moment your attention weakens, it rises again. Emotional memories often behave the same way. They remain beneath awareness only as long as enough energy is spent forcing them down. Eventually, exhaustion arrives. The memory surfaces once more, and it feels as though nothing has changed despite all the effort invested in escaping it. Patience offers another path entirely. Instead of immediately resisting what appears, you allow yourself to notice it without rushing to solve it. A memory arrives. You acknowledge it. You recognize the emotion attached to it. Then, Rather than becoming trapped inside the old story, you simply remain present long enough to see it clearly. This sounds almost too simple, yet it changes something fundamental. The memory no longer controls the entire experience because it is no longer unfolding without awareness. You become the observer instead of the prisoner. The event remains part of your history, but it stops becoming the only reality available in the present moment. That quiet distance creates room for understanding, to enter where automatic reaction once lived. Many painful memories continue influencing life because they were never fully experienced when they first occurred. Perhaps there was no time to process them. Perhaps survival required moving forward before understanding could catch up. Responsibilities continued. Other people depended upon you. Life demanded action before reflection became possible. There is nothing unusual about that. The mind often postpones difficult emotions until a quieter season arrives. The problem begins when postponed emotions are mistaken for resolved emotions. Time alone cannot finish work that awareness never began. The memory grows older, but the emotional response remains remarkably young, waiting patiently beneath the surface until another familiar moment quietly opens the same door. This is why the evening can become such an important space for healing. During the day, your attention belongs to countless external demands. At night, those demands gradually lose their urgency, allowing deeper experiences to become visible again. It is tempting to interpret this as proof that the night creates unnecessary suffering, but something else is happening. The silence simply provides enough room for unfinished experiences to finally step into the light. Instead of meeting them with frustration, you begin meeting them with curiosity. You stop asking how quickly they can disappear and begin wondering what they have been trying to tell you all along. Often the answer has very little to do with the event itself. The memory points toward an old belief, an old fear, or an old conclusion that quietly shaped everything that followed. As this way of looking inward becomes familiar, something subtle begins changing. The emotional intensity surrounding certain memories starts fading, not because you force them to disappear, but because you finally stop treating them like enemies. Fear thrives when it believes it cannot be faced. Shame grows stronger when it remains hidden. Regret repeats itself when it never receives honest attention. Patient observation slowly interrupts all three. The memory still exists, but it loses the urgency that once made it feel overwhelming. You realize that remembering something painful is not the same as reliving it. The event belongs to the past, even if the mind occasionally visits it. That distinction creates an unexpected sense of freedom because you begin recognizing that awareness allows you to remain in the present while looking at the past. As this habit develops, something almost invisible begins changing inside you. The emotions themselves do not suddenly disappear, nor do difficult moments stop arriving without warning. Life continues presenting disappointment, uncertainty, criticism, and loss, just as it always has. The difference emerges somewhere much quieter than the events themselves. It appears in the brief moment between what happens and how you respond. At first, that space feels so small, it is almost impossible to notice. A comment hurts, and before you realize it, your mood has already changed. A plan falls apart, and frustration immediately takes over. A memory returns, and suddenly the entire evening belongs to the past instead of the present. But patient awareness slowly changes this rhythm. The reaction that once felt instantaneous begins arriving a little more slowly. You notice the emotion before becoming completely absorbed by it. That simple shift may seem insignificant, yet it quietly changes the direction of your entire inner life. Many people believe emotional strength means never feeling deeply. They admire those who appear untouched by disappointment or criticism, assuming that calm comes from emotional distance. In reality, lasting steadiness is built very differently. It does not come from feeling less. It comes from becoming less controlled by whatever you feel in the moment. An emotion still rises naturally, because emotions are part of being human. Sadness still visits, anger still appears, fear still whispers its familiar warnings. The difference is that these emotions stop arriving with absolute authority. Instead of immediately accepting every feeling as a command that demands action, you begin seeing it as one part of your experience rather than the whole of it. That distinction creates freedom, because awareness quietly enters before habit has the opportunity to take control. This process often surprises people because it develops so gradually. There is rarely a dramatic morning when you wake up completely transformed. More often, the first signs are almost too small to notice. Someone says something that would normally linger in your thoughts for hours, yet this time it fades after a few minutes. An inconvenience appears, and although irritation rises, it no longer spreads into every part of the day. A familiar worry returns before sleep, but instead of pulling you into another endless cycle of mental repetition, it quietly passes without demanding complete attention. As Seneca wrote, the greatest remedy for anger is delay. The same quiet pause begins changing more than anger. It gradually changes the way you meet every emotion. These moments seem ordinary while they are happening. Only later do you realize that your relationship with your own emotions has already begun changing. The events remained familiar. Your participation in them became different. This growing space between feeling and reaction allows something important to happen. Perspective finally has enough room to speak. When emotional habits move too quickly, there is little opportunity to recognize whether they actually fit the present situation. Old fears quietly borrow new faces. Yesterday's disappointments disguise themselves as today's expectations. The mind follows familiar pathways because they have been rehearsed countless times before. But when awareness gently slows the process, another possibility becomes visible. You begin asking whether the current moment truly deserves the emotional story your mind is preparing to repeat. Often the answer is quieter than expected. The present situation is not as threatening as old habits first suggested. Much of the urgency belonged to memory rather than reality. Recognizing that difference becomes one of the most valuable forms of inner discipline because it prevents yesterday from constantly rewriting today. This quiet confidence grows because your attention gradually becomes less reactive. You stop believing that every uncomfortable feeling requires immediate action. Some emotions simply need acknowledgement. Others deserve thoughtful reflection. A few reveal important lessons. Many simply arrive because the mind has become accustomed to repeating them. Learning to distinguish between these different experiences prevents unnecessary suffering from multiplying. Without awareness, every emotional impulse feels equally urgent. With awareness, the mind becomes more discerning. It recognizes that intensity does not always indicate importance. A powerful feeling can still be temporary. A quiet realization can still change everything. This understanding softens the emotional pressure carried throughout the day because you no longer treat every passing reaction as though it were a permanent truth. The wider this inner space becomes, the more deliberate your choices begin feeling. Conversations become calmer because immediate defensiveness no longer speaks first. Difficult situations become easier to navigate because fear no longer decides every response before reason has an opportunity to contribute. Even moments of uncertainty begin losing some of their emotional weight because you realize uncertainty itself is not the true source of suffering. Much of the struggle came from the automatic stories your mind attached to uncertainty long before anything had actually happened. Once those stories become visible, they lose much of their ability to direct your behavior without permission. Over time, this quiet slowing changes far more than isolated emotional reactions. It changes the atmosphere in which your entire life unfolds. Days begin with greater steadiness because the previous evening was not spent strengthening unnecessary fears. Sleep becomes deeper because the mind no longer feels responsible for solving every unanswered question before morning arrives. Relationships improve because patience quietly replaces impulse. Most importantly, you begin trusting yourself in a way that once seemed impossible. Not because life has become predictable, but because you have discovered that your peace no longer depends entirely upon circumstances unfolding according to plan. Between every feeling and every response now exists a little more room than before. That room becomes the place where wisdom quietly grows, where old habits slowly lose their certainty, and where the person you are becoming begins choosing each day with greater intention than the person you used to be. That small pause becomes one of the greatest strengths you can ever develop, though it rarely looks impressive from the outside. No one applauds it. No one notices it happening. There are no dramatic signs announcing that something important has just taken place. A conversation continues. Someone speaks carelessly. An unexpected problem appears. A familiar memory rises to the surface. From the outside, everything looks exactly the same. Inside, however, something entirely different begins unfolding. Instead of reacting immediately, you remain present just long enough for awareness to arrive before emotion takes complete control. The feeling still exists. The situation has not changed, but for the first time, the emotion is no longer the only voice participating in the moment. That brief space creates possibilities that simply do not exist when every reaction happens automatically. It becomes the place where better decisions quietly begin. That small pause quietly interrupts this pattern. It creates enough distance for another perspective to enter before old emotional habits begin repeating themselves. Instead of instantly defending yourself, you notice the urge to defend. Instead of immediately assuming the worst, you recognize the familiar tendency to expect disappointment. Instead of allowing one uncomfortable moment to define the entire day, you acknowledge the feeling without giving it permission to decide everything that follows. This is not emotional suppression. Nothing is being forced away. The emotion remains visible. The difference is that awareness now stands beside it, offering another way of seeing the situation before habit quietly takes over. That single moment of observation often changes far more than people expect, because it prevents emotions from becoming the unquestioned authors of every decision. This is why wisdom rarely announces itself through dramatic breakthroughs. More often it appears through ordinary pauses that seem almost too small to matter. Someone misunderstands your intentions, and instead of immediately correcting them with frustration, you listen a little longer. A delay disrupts carefully made plans, and instead of convincing yourself the entire day is ruined, you breathe before deciding what the situation actually requires. A familiar memory returns before sleep, but instead of falling into another endless cycle of regret, you simply acknowledge its presence without allowing it to rewrite the present. None of these moments appear extraordinary in isolation. Together, they gradually reshape the way you move through life. Calm is not built through one perfect decision. It is built through countless pauses that quietly prevent unnecessary reactions from becoming permanent habits. The evenings become one of the best places to practice this discipline, because silence naturally reveals whatever still holds emotional weight. Thoughts appear more clearly when distractions begin fading. Some ask for reflection. Others simply repeat themselves out of habit. Earlier in life, it may have seemed impossible to tell the difference. Every thought felt equally important, because every thought demanded immediate attention. The pause changes that. Instead of chasing every mental conversation wherever it leads, you begin waiting long enough to see whether the thought still deserves your attention after the first emotional wave passes. Surprisingly often, it does not. The urgency belonged to the emotion rather than the situation itself. Once that urgency settles, clarity quietly takes its place. The mind begins recognizing that not everything demanding attention actually deserves it. This growing ability changes relationships in ways that are difficult to measure but impossible to ignore. People People often assume stronger relationships are built by finding the perfect words at exactly the right moment. More often, they are strengthened by resisting the impulse to speak before understanding has arrived. A pause prevents countless unnecessary arguments because it gives compassion enough time to replace assumption. It prevents misunderstandings from becoming lasting conflicts because it allows curiosity to appear before defensiveness closes every door. Even when disagreements remain, they no longer carry the same emotional intensity because your reactions are no longer being directed entirely by old patterns seeking familiar conclusions. The conversation changes because the person participating in it has quietly changed first. Over time, that brief pause becomes almost effortless. It no longer feels like a technique you are trying to remember. It becomes part of the way you naturally meet the world. Difficult emotions still arrive because they always will. Uncertainty remains part of life because no amount of preparation can remove it completely. But something fundamental has changed. You no longer surrender your peace during the first emotional surge. You remain present just long enough for awareness to quietly step forward. In that moment, old habits begin losing their certainty. Wiser choices become easier to recognize, and the mind slowly discovers a steadiness that cannot be created through force alone. It grows one pause at a time until those invisible moments quietly become the strongest part of who you are. This constant stream of activity creates the comforting illusion that everything is under control. You answer messages, solve problems, complete familiar routines, and continue moving from one task to the next. Outwardly, the day appears productive. Internally, however, another process quietly continues without asking permission. Small frustrations collect in unnoticed corners of the mind. Disappointments that seemed insignificant at noon quietly remain present by sunset. An awkward conversation that lasted only a few minutes continues echoing beneath countless unrelated activities. Because attention never stays still for very long, these emotional traces remain largely invisible. They accompany you through the day without becoming the center of it. It feels as though they disappeared, when in reality they simply blended into the background noise of ordinary life. The mind keeps carrying them, even while pretending its hands are empty. Modern life encourages this pattern almost effortlessly. Moments that once belonged to reflection are now quickly filled with stimulation. Waiting in line becomes another opportunity to check a screen. Walking alone becomes another chance to listen to something. Even quiet meals often disappear beneath endless information. None of these habits are harmful by themselves. The difficulty begins when every empty space is immediately occupied, before the mind has a chance to reveal what it has been carrying. Silence gradually becomes unfamiliar. Stillness starts feeling uncomfortable. Many people reach for distraction before they even realize they are doing it. Not because they consciously wish to avoid themselves, but because they have quietly forgotten what uninterrupted awareness feels like. The habit becomes so natural that the absence of stimulation begins feeling more unusual than its constant presence. Night changes this rhythm almost without effort. One by one, the external demands begin falling away. Conversations come to an end. Responsibilities lose their urgency until morning. Notifications become less frequent. The world slowly becomes quieter, and with every layer of noise that disappears, another layer of the inner world becomes easier to hear. This is why certain thoughts seem to appear only after the lights have gone out. They were never waiting for the night itself. They were waiting for enough silence to finally become visible. The mind returns to unfinished experiences because nothing else is competing for its attention anymore. It is not creating unnecessary suffering. It is continuing conversations that never reached their natural conclusion during the busy hours of the day. This moment often feels uncomfortable, precisely because it is so honest. Earlier distractions no longer soften difficult emotions or pull attention away from unresolved questions. Memories that seemed forgotten quietly step forward. A disappointment you barely noticed that afternoon suddenly feels much clearer. Worries about tomorrow become easier to hear because today's noise has finally settled. Many people immediately interpret this as proof that they think too much at night. In reality, they are often thinking no more than before. They are simply hearing thoughts that daytime activity kept hidden beneath constant movement. The silence exposes what distraction temporarily concealed. Once you recognize this, the evening begins looking very different. Instead of becoming an enemy that produces anxious thoughts, it becomes a mirror reflecting what has already been present beneath awareness throughout the day. Something interesting begins happening once this perspective becomes familiar. The thoughts that once seemed overwhelming no longer arrive with the same intensity. They still appear, but they no longer feel like unexpected intruders breaking into an otherwise peaceful night. You recognize them as unfinished experiences asking for your attention, not permanent truths demanding your obedience. That recognition immediately changes the emotional atmosphere surrounding them. Fear softens because uncertainty no longer feels mysterious. Regret becomes easier to carry because it is finally being examined instead of repeatedly avoided. The silence itself remains unchanged, but your relationship with it grows noticeably calmer. You stop assuming that every difficult thought is evidence something has gone wrong. Sometimes it is simply evidence that the mind finally has enough room to speak honestly. This honesty gradually carries over into the rest of life. During the day, you become more aware of emotions while they are still small, instead of waiting until they grow louder at night. A brief moment of frustration is noticed before it quietly becomes resentment. A disappointment is acknowledged before it settles into expectation. Anxiety is recognized before imagination has time to expand it into something much larger than reality. Because these experiences receive attention earlier, they require less attention later. The evening no longer needs to carry the entire emotional weight of the day, because much of that weight has already been understood before darkness arrives. Over many nights, this quiet practice changes the meaning of stillness itself. Silence stops feeling like an empty space waiting to be filled. It becomes a place where hidden burdens gradually become visible enough to be released. The distractions of the day still exist, and there will always be responsibilities demanding your attention. But beneath all of them, another habit slowly develops. Instead of running from quiet moments, you begin welcoming them with steady curiosity. You understand that the mind is not trying to punish you when unresolved thoughts appear. It is simply offering another opportunity to see clearly what constant activity was never able to reveal. Little by little, those nightly moments of honest awareness begin changing not only the quality of your sleep, but also the quality of every day that follows. Instead of fearing those moments, begin seeing them as quiet invitations rather than unwanted interruptions. The mind has an interesting way of presenting what still needs attention when everything else becomes quiet enough to hear it. At first, this can feel deeply uncomfortable because most people spend years learning how to avoid difficult emotions rather than understand them. The instant sadness appears, they search for distraction. The moment regret begins speaking, they turn towards something louder. When uncertainty settles into the evening, they immediately look for anything capable of drowning it out. These reactions are understandable. No one naturally enjoys discomfort. Yet avoiding an emotion and resolving it are rarely the same thing. One postpones the experience, the other transforms your relationship with it. As Carl Jung observed, what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. As long as every uncomfortable feeling is treated as something dangerous, the mind never has the opportunity to discover that many of those feelings were asking to be understood rather than escaped. As this practice continues, discomfort gradually loses its ability to control the entire evening. The same emotions may still appear, but they no longer bring the same urgency with them. You become familiar with their rhythm. You recognize that sadness does not always require fixing. Fear does not always require obeying. Regret does not always require another hour of mental rehearsal. Sometimes these emotions simply need enough space to complete the conversation they have been trying to have all along. Once that conversation is finally allowed to unfold without interruption, something remarkable happens. The emotion often becomes quieter on its own, not because it was forced into silence, but because it no longer needed to shout in order to be noticed. Over time, this changes the way you understand yourself. Instead of seeing your difficult emotions as evidence that something is fundamentally wrong, you begin seeing them as messengers carrying information about your inner life. Some point toward old wounds, still asking for compassion. Others reveal expectations that quietly deserve to be released. A few remind you of values you wish to live by more consistently. None of these discoveries would have been possible if every uncomfortable feeling had been pushed away the moment it appeared. Clarity rarely arrives while you are running. It almost always finds you after you become still enough to see what was standing in front of you the entire time. Eventually, those quiet moments before sleep stop feeling like something to endure. They become moments you quietly respect, not because they are always comfortable, but because they continue revealing parts of yourself that constant movement could never uncover. The discomfort that once seemed unbearable gradually becomes the doorway through which deeper understanding enters. You stop measuring progress by how rarely difficult emotions appear. Instead, you notice how differently you meet them when they do. That difference changes everything. Little by little, the night becomes less about escaping your thoughts and more about becoming honest enough to discover that peace was never hiding from you. It was waiting patiently on the other side of the discomfort you had spent so many years trying to avoid. The more honestly you examine yourself before sleep, the less emotional weight you unknowingly carry into tomorrow. This has very little to do with perfection and everything to do with awareness. Many people end the day believing they have left it behind simply because the clock has moved forward. They assume yesterday disappears the moment a new morning begins. But the mind does not work according to calendars. It carries forward whatever remains unfinished. An unresolved argument becomes tomorrow's irritability. A quiet disappointment becomes tomorrow's lack of motivation. A fear that was never questioned quietly influences tomorrow's decisions before the day has even had a chance to unfold. Without realizing it, people often wake carrying emotions they never consciously chose to bring with them. They believe they are responding to the present when much of their emotional energy still belongs to the day before. This is why the final moments before sleep matter so deeply. They quietly determine how much of yesterday continues living inside tomorrow. The habit of honest reflection interrupts this invisible transfer. Instead of allowing experiences to accumulate unnoticed, you begin sorting through them while they are still fresh. You ask yourself what truly happened rather than what your emotions first insisted had happened. Sometimes you discover that a situation was not nearly as personal as it initially felt. Other times you recognize that your reaction had more to do with an old fear than the present moment itself. Occasionally you realize that something genuinely hurt you and deserves compassion instead of denial. Honest reflection does not force every experience into a positive lesson. It simply refuses to let confusion remain unquestioned. By doing so, it prevents unfinished emotions from quietly attaching themselves to another day. What could have become another invisible burden instead becomes another moment of understanding. Many emotional burdens become heavy only because they are carried far longer than necessary. A single criticism may last only a few seconds, yet the mind continues repeating it for weeks. One awkward conversation becomes a story retold countless times until it feels much larger than it ever was. A mistake that taught its lesson long ago continues appearing as though it still has unfinished business. The weight people carry is often not created by the original experience, but by the countless times they revisit it without discovering anything new. Each repetition adds another layer, until the emotional burden feels inseparable from daily life. Reflection gently interrupts this accumulation. Instead of adding another layer, it begins removing the ones that no longer belong. Little by little, the mind becomes less crowded because it stops storing every emotional experience as though it deserved permanent residence. This is why emotional baggage is so difficult to recognize while you are carrying it. Unlike a physical burden, it has no visible shape. You cannot measure its weight with your hands or place it on the floor for a moment to see how heavy it has become. It quietly changes the way you experience ordinary life instead. Patience becomes shorter. Small inconveniences feel larger than they should. Joy arrives less often because attention remains occupied elsewhere. You may even begin believing that life itself has become more difficult, when in reality, much of the difficulty comes from carrying unresolved emotional weight from one day into the next. The burden becomes normal simply because it has been present for so long. Once something feels normal, people rarely question whether it still needs to be there. The quiet discipline of evening reflection gradually changes this relationship. You begin recognizing that not every experience deserves another tomorrow. Some conversations are finished, even if your mind keeps reopening them. Some disappointments have already taught everything they came to teach. Some worries exist only because they have been repeated so often that they feel more important than they truly are. This realization does not happen through force. You are not pushing thoughts away or pretending difficult experiences never happened. You are simply deciding with greater wisdom than before what deserves to remain part of your inner world. The difference is subtle but profound. Instead of carrying everything automatically, you begin carrying only what still serves a meaningful purpose. Night becomes the perfect setting for this practice because the pace of life naturally slows. Without the pressure to respond immediately to everything around you, attention gently turns inward. The mind becomes easier to observe because it is no longer constantly reacting to new information. This quieter atmosphere allows you to notice emotional patterns that remained hidden throughout the day. You see where frustration lingered longer than necessary. You recognize where fear quietly exaggerated reality. You notice moments where pride prevented understanding or where self-criticism became unnecessarily harsh. None of these observations require punishment. They simply require honesty. Honest awareness has an unusual ability to loosen emotional burdens because it removes the confusion surrounding them. Once you clearly see what you have been carrying, you become much better at deciding whether it still belongs with you. Over time, this nightly habit changes the emotional atmosphere with which you greet each morning. You begin waking with greater clarity because less unfinished emotion remains waiting beneath the surface. Yesterday still exists, but it no longer reaches so aggressively into today. The mind feels less crowded because unnecessary conversations quietly came to an end before sleep arrived. Even difficult circumstances become easier to navigate because they are no longer competing with layers of unresolved experiences from previous days. Presence becomes more natural when attention is no longer divided between today's responsibilities and yesterday's emotional leftovers. You discover that much of the peace you were searching for was never hidden inside perfect circumstances. It was hidden beneath emotional burdens that simply needed to be acknowledged before they could finally be released. Eventually, this practice becomes less like a routine and more like a way of living. Reflection no longer feels like another task added to the end of the day. It becomes an act of quiet respect toward yourself. You recognize that tomorrow deserves the clearest version of your attention, not whatever emotional residue happened to survive another evening without being examined. Little by little, the habit reshapes your inner world. The days still contain challenges, disappointments, and uncertainty because life has not changed its nature. What changes is what you choose to carry forward. Instead of collecting emotional weight until it quietly shapes your future, you learn to place it down while the day is still ending. Morning begins feeling lighter, not because the world has become easier, but because you arrive carrying far less than before. That quiet difference grows with every honest evening until the person waking each day is no longer burdened by countless unfinished yesterdays, but strengthened by the wisdom gained from finally letting them rest. Slowly, almost so gradually that you fail to notice it at first, your inner dialogue begins changing. The voice that once criticized every mistake no longer speaks with the same certainty. It still appears from time to time because old habits rarely disappear all at once, but something about its influence has shifted. It no longer sounds like an unquestionable authority. Instead, it becomes one opinion among many, and often not the wisest one. Earlier in life, a single setback may have been enough to convince you that you were falling behind. One awkward conversation could linger in your thoughts for days. One imperfect decision seemed capable of defining your entire character. As awareness grows stronger, those conclusions begin losing their grip. The mind stops rushing toward harsh judgments because it has learned that first impressions are not always faithful reflections of reality. There is now enough space for another response to emerge, one that values understanding more than condemnation. This change does not happen because you decide to become endlessly positive, or because you begin pretending every difficulty contains an obvious blessing. It happens because your relationship with yourself becomes more honest. Honest people do not ignore their flaws, but they also refuse to exaggerate them. They acknowledge mistakes without turning them into permanent identities. They recognize weaknesses without allowing those weaknesses to erase every strength standing beside them. Earlier, your inner dialogue may have treated every failure as evidence that you were fundamentally inadequate. Now, it begins asking quieter questions. What can this experience teach? What part of this truly belongs to me? And what part have I been carrying unnecessarily? These reflections do not excuse poor decisions, but they also refuse to transform temporary moments into lifelong definitions. That balance creates something remarkably rare. It allows growth without constant self-punishment. The mind gradually discovers that harshness was never the same as discipline. Many people confuse the two because they believe criticism keeps them accountable. They assume that speaking cruelly to themselves will somehow produce better results tomorrow. For a short time, that approach may create movement, but it almost always drains the spirit that genuine progress depends upon. Constant self-criticism leaves very little room for courage because every new attempt feels like another opportunity to confirm old fears. Patience works differently. It does not lower expectations or encourage complacency. It simply recognizes that meaningful change develops through consistency rather than constant emotional pressure. A patient mind is far more willing to continue learning because it no longer treats every imperfect step as proof that the journey should end. This quiet patience begins appearing in situations where frustration once arrived almost immediately. You notice yourself making a mistake, but instead of replaying it throughout the evening, you correct what you can and continue moving forward. You encounter a delay that would have ruined your mood months earlier, yet now you remain surprisingly steady. You catch yourself drifting into familiar worries before sleep, but instead of allowing them to occupy the entire night, you gently return your attention to the present. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. None of these moments feel dramatic while they are happening. They simply feel calmer. Only after enough time has passed do you realize that your emotional landscape has quietly changed. The situations remain familiar, yet the person experiencing them has become noticeably different. Discipline also begins taking on a new meaning. Earlier, discipline may have felt like forcing yourself through life with relentless pressure, believing that kindness toward yourself would weaken your resolve. Gradually, another understanding emerges. Real discipline is not built upon constant internal conflict. It grows through quiet consistency. It is choosing thoughtful responses even when emotional habits invite easier reactions. It is returning your attention to what matters after the mind wanders into old patterns. It is ending each day with honest reflection rather than endless judgment. These choices may appear small, but repeated often enough, they quietly reshape character. The strongest forms of discipline rarely announce themselves. They simply become part of the way you naturally move through ordinary life. As patience and discipline become more familiar, understanding begins occupying spaces once filled by assumption. Earlier, your mind often rushed to explain every difficult experience before enough evidence existed. Someone's silence became rejection. A temporary setback became permanent failure. Uncertainty became a reason to expect the worst. Those conclusions appeared quickly because they followed pathways worn smooth through years of repetition. Now another habit slowly replaces them. Instead of immediately deciding what something means, you allow yourself time to observe it more carefully. This simple willingness to wait often reveals that many emotional reactions were built upon incomplete stories. Reality becomes easier to see once the mind stops insisting upon instant conclusions. This transformation also changes the conversations you have with yourself at the end of the day. Instead of reviewing every mistake through the lens of regret, you begin examining the day with curiosity. You notice moments where you remained calm despite old habits inviting another response. You recognize places where greater patience is still needed, but without treating those observations as reasons for discouragement. Reflection becomes gentler without becoming dishonest. The purpose is no longer to find evidence that you are falling short. The purpose is to understand yourself well enough to continue growing tomorrow. That intention changes the emotional atmosphere surrounding each evening. Sleep begins arriving beside a quieter mind because the day's lessons have already been acknowledged without becoming another burden. Over many weeks and months, these subtle changes begin influencing far more than your private thoughts. The steadiness developing inside naturally appears in the way you speak, listen, and respond to others. Conversations become less defensive because your worth no longer feels threatened by every disagreement. Criticism becomes easier to receive because it is no longer filtered through years of unnecessary self-condemnation. Even silence begins feeling different. Earlier, silence often gave old judgments room to grow louder. Now it becomes a place where understanding quietly settles. You stop needing constant reassurance because your relationship with yourself has become less dependent upon perfect outcomes. That quiet confidence is not built upon believing you will never struggle again. It grows from knowing that when difficulties arrive, your first companion will no longer be relentless criticism. Instead, patience, discipline, and understanding will already be waiting beside you, ready to guide the conversation in a direction that leads not toward unnecessary suffering, but toward lasting inner strength. This transformation is rarely dramatic, because real change almost never announces itself while it is happening. People often expect personal growth to arrive as a sudden breakthrough, a single unforgettable moment that permanently changes the way they think and feel. They wait for one powerful realization to erase years of emotional habits, believing that lasting peace should arrive all at once if they simply discover the right idea. Life unfolds differently. The deepest changes are usually so quiet that they escape attention entirely. They happen while ordinary evenings come and go. They develop through choices that seem too small to matter in the moment. One night you choose patience instead of another hour of unnecessary worry. Another night you allow a difficult emotion to exist without immediately resisting it. On another evening you notice an old habit before it quietly takes control. None of these moments appear extraordinary by themselves, yet together they begin reshaping something far deeper than emotion alone. They gradually reshape character, one ordinary night at a time. This understanding removes unnecessary pressure from the process of growth. You no longer expect yourself to become emotionally unshakable after a single peaceful night. or 1 week of disciplined reflection. Instead, you begin appreciating the quiet strength found in returning to the practice again and again. Progress is measured differently. Rather than asking whether everything has changed, you begin noticing whether something has changed. Perhaps your thoughts settle a little sooner than they once did. Perhaps a familiar disappointment no longer occupies your entire evening. Perhaps your first reaction softens before it becomes another emotional habit. These changes may appear modest, yet they reveal that something important is already happening beneath the surface. The foundation is quietly shifting long before the finished structure becomes visible. Nightly reflection becomes especially powerful because it creates consistency where emotional habits once created repetition. Earlier, the mind repeated worries without awareness, strengthened fears without questioning them, and carried unfinished emotions into every new day. Now another pattern gradually takes their place. Instead of automatically reinforcing old stories, you repeatedly return to observation, acceptance, and perspective. The subconscious learns through these repeated experiences just as faithfully as it once learned through anxiety or self-criticism. It does not distinguish between habits that weaken you and habits that strengthen you. It simply deepens whatever receives steady attention. This is why small nightly practices matter far more than occasional moments of intense motivation. Consistency quietly succeeds where emotional intensity eventually fades. Something beautiful begins happening as these evenings accumulate. The effort itself slowly becomes lighter. Earlier, remaining present with difficult thoughts required deliberate concentration because your mind instinctively followed familiar emotional pathways. After enough repetition, awareness begins arriving more naturally. Patience no longer feels forced. Reflection becomes less like a task and more like the way you naturally meet the end of each day. The same silence that once invited restless thinking now invites understanding. You stop needing constant reminders because the practice has gradually become part of your character instead of something you occasionally remember to do. This is how lasting habits are formed. They stop feeling separate from who you are and quietly become part of your ordinary way of living. Eventually, you begin looking back with quiet surprise. Situations that once seemed impossible to handle now feel manageable. Emotional storms that used to last for days pass much more quickly. Old habits still appear from time to time, but they no longer possess the same certainty they once carried. They have become visitors rather than permanent residents. This realization rarely arrives during one extraordinary evening. It appears while reflecting on how different your responses have become compared to months or even years earlier. You recognize that countless small choices, each one seemingly insignificant on its own, have quietly built a stronger foundation beneath your life. This new perspective naturally softens conflict. Many disagreements become far less intense because you no longer interpret every difference of opinion as a personal attack. Someone may disagree with your ideas without rejecting your value. Someone may be struggling with burdens you know nothing about, causing them to speak with unnecessary sharpness. Another person may simply see life through experiences entirely different from your own. Earlier, your first reaction may have been immediate defensiveness. Now another possibility quietly appears. Instead of instantly protecting your pride, you become curious about what might exist beyond the surface of the conversation. Curiosity does not remove disagreement, but it prevents unnecessary emotional escalation. The need to always defend yourself slowly gives way to the willingness to understand before responding. This does not mean becoming passive or allowing people to treat you without respect. Healthy boundaries remain just as important as they always were. The difference is found in the emotional atmosphere surrounding those boundaries. They are no longer built from resentment or fear. They grow from clarity. You recognize what behavior deserves your attention and what behavior belongs entirely to the other person. You stop carrying responsibility for emotions that were never yours to manage. This quiet discernment creates remarkable emotional freedom because you no longer feel obligated to solve every misunderstanding or convince everyone to see life exactly as you do. Some conversations simply end without complete agreement, and surprisingly, peace remains intact. The need for constant resolution gradually gives way to acceptance that different minds often reach different conclusions. Even forgiveness begins changing its meaning. Earlier, forgiveness may have felt like pretending painful experiences never happened or excusing behavior that genuinely caused harm. Now it becomes something much quieter. It is the decision to stop allowing another person's actions to occupy unnecessary space inside your own mind. The past remains part of your history, but it no longer receives unlimited influence over your present emotional state. This does not happen overnight, nor does it erase legitimate pain. It simply reflects the understanding that carrying resentment indefinitely rarely punishes the other person. More often, it quietly punishes the one carrying it. Letting go becomes less about what others deserve, and more about the peace you no longer wish to postpone. As these changes continue unfolding, relationships themselves become lighter. Conversations no longer require constant self-protection because your sense of worth is less fragile than before. You listen more carefully because your mind is no longer preparing its defense before the other person has finished speaking. Patience appears more naturally because urgency no longer dominates every emotional exchange. Even silence becomes easier to share. Earlier, silence may have been filled with assumptions about what someone else was thinking. Now it often remains simply silence, free from unnecessary interpretation. This growing steadiness creates space for deeper connection because people feel less pressure to satisfy emotional expectations they never knew they were carrying. The most surprising change often appears in situations that once seemed impossible to navigate peacefully. Someone behaves unfairly, yet bitterness no longer controls the entire day. A misunderstanding occurs, but it no longer follows you into the evening. Criticism arrives, yet your first instinct is no longer to measure your worth against another person's opinion. None of this means you have stopped caring about people. In many ways, you begin caring more deeply because your concern is no longer mixed with constant emotional dependence. Compassion becomes easier when fear is no longer directing every interaction. Respect grows stronger because it is offered freely rather than exchanged as a condition for inner peace. Over time, you realize that the greatest transformation did not happen in your relationships alone. It happened in the person bringing themselves into those relationships. External conflicts still appear because life has not changed its nature. Different personalities continue colliding. Difficult conversations remain part of being human. Yet much of the emotional intensity surrounding those moments quietly disappears because your inner world is no longer so easily shaken by every external event. The calm you once searched for in other people's behavior has gradually been built within yourself. From that place, relationships stop becoming constant emotional battles and begin feeling like opportunities to practice the same patience, understanding, and quiet strength you have spent so many evenings cultivating in the silence of your own mind. You stop expecting other people to heal wounds they never created, and that realization quietly changes the direction of your life. Earlier, this idea may have sounded unfair because many of your deepest hurts genuinely involved other people. Someone broke your trust, someone failed to understand you, someone spoke carelessly at a moment when you needed compassion. Those experiences were real, and their impact should never be dismissed. But there is an important difference between acknowledging where the pain began and deciding who remains responsible for carrying it forever. The person who caused a wound may have influenced your past, yet they do not have to continue influencing your future. Somewhere along the way, responsibility gently returns to you, not because you deserved what happened, but because only you can decide what continues living inside your mind after the moment itself has passed. That realization does not create resentment. It creates freedom because it quietly places your peace back into hands that are always with you. Many people spend years waiting for emotional closure to arrive from outside themselves. They hope someone will finally apologize in exactly the right way. They imagine one conversation that explains everything, one moment of recognition that suddenly makes years of confusion disappear. Sometimes those moments happen. Very often they do not. Even when they do, they rarely provide the lasting peace people expected. The apology is appreciated, yet the emotional burden somehow remains. The explanation answers certain questions, but another part of the mind still feels unsettled. This happens because healing and validation are not the same experience. Validation can acknowledge your pain. Healing transforms your relationship with it. One depends upon another person's actions. The other quietly begins the moment you become willing to care for your own inner world without waiting for permission from anyone else. This shift is not about blaming yourself for what others did. It is about recognizing the difference between cause and responsibility. Someone else may have planted the seed of fear, disappointment, or insecurity through their actions. They may have contributed to emotional wounds you never asked to carry, but they cannot complete the healing on your behalf because healing happens inside your own awareness. Waiting for another person to restore your peace gives them influence they may never even realize they possess. Your emotional life becomes suspended between what already happened and what you hope someone else will eventually do. The longer that waiting continues, the longer your peace quietly remains postponed. Freedom begins when you gently reclaim that responsibility without denying the reality of what you experienced. This understanding often arrives slowly because the mind naturally searches for external explanations before looking inward. It feels easier to believe peace will finally arrive once other people behave differently, understand you more completely, or acknowledge the pain they caused. There is comfort in imagining that the solution exists somewhere outside yourself because it postpones the difficult work of honest reflection. Yet life repeatedly demonstrates something else. People remain imperfect. Some never recognize the consequences of their actions. Others carry struggles that prevent them from offering the understanding you hope to receive. If your peace depends entirely upon their transformation, it remains vulnerable to circumstances you cannot control. The Stoic path gently redirects attention toward the one place where meaningful influence has always existed. It asks not whether the past can be rewritten, but whether your relationship with the past can quietly become wiser. Responsibility begins feeling different as well. Earlier, responsibility may have sounded heavy, almost like another obligation added to an already demanding life. Gradually, it reveals a gentler meaning. It is no longer about controlling everything that happens around you. It is about caring for what happens within you after life unfolds according to its own unpredictable nature. Someone else's behavior remains outside your authority. Your response remains within it. Circumstances continue changing beyond your preference. The meaning you attach to those circumstances becomes yours to examine. This responsibility does not feel restrictive. It feels liberating because it returns your attention to the place where meaningful change is actually possible. Energy once spent wishing the past were different begins flowing toward creating a steadier present instead. Even your evenings begin changing as this understanding settles into your life. Earlier, quiet moments before sleep may have been occupied by imaginary conversations, endless explanations, or repeated attempts to understand why someone acted the way they did. Night after night, the mind quietly rehearsed situations that no longer offered anything new. As responsibility returns inward, those conversations gradually lose their urgency. You realize that complete understanding of another person's choices is not required before allowing yourself to rest. Some questions remain unanswered. Some stories never receive perfect endings. Surprisingly, peace begins arriving anyway. Not because every mystery has been solved, but because your emotional well-being is no longer waiting for someone else to finish a journey only you can complete. This quiet change also strengthens your relationships with others. When you stop asking people to heal wounds they never created, you stop placing invisible expectations upon them. New relationships are no longer burdened by unresolved fears from old ones. Conversations become more genuine because they are no longer filtered through constant emotional self-protection. You begin seeing people more clearly instead of viewing them through the lens of earlier disappointments. Compassion grows naturally because your attention is less occupied by guarding old pain. You remain capable of setting healthy boundaries, yet those boundaries are built from wisdom rather than fear. They protect your peace without isolating your heart. Eventually, you realize that real freedom was never hidden inside another person's apology, approval, or understanding. Those things may still carry value, but they are no longer the foundation upon which your inner life depends. That foundation has quietly returned to where it always belonged. Each evening becomes another opportunity to release what no longer deserves another tomorrow. Each morning begins with a little less emotional weight because responsibility has found its way back to the only place where lasting peace could ever truly grow. The past remains part of your story, but it no longer owns the pen. From this point forward, the life unfolding before you is shaped less by what others failed to give, and more by what you patiently choose to cultivate within yourself, one quiet night after another. This is where quiet awareness becomes so important. Instead of allowing yesterday to quietly interpret today without question, you begin noticing when old emotional patterns step into new experiences uninvited. A simple disagreement no longer has to become evidence that every relationship is unstable. One difficult day no longer has to convince you that progress has disappeared. A temporary feeling of uncertainty no longer needs to become proof that the future will unfold according to old disappointments. The present moment deserves the opportunity to exist without constantly carrying the emotional weight of experiences that belong somewhere else. That opportunity appears only when awareness gently interrupts automatic conclusions before they quietly become another familiar story. The evenings reveal this difference more clearly than almost any other time of day. As the world grows quiet, old memories sometimes return with surprising clarity. Earlier, these moments may have pulled you into hours of regret, anger, or endless mental conversations that never reached satisfying conclusions. Gradually, another possibility begins emerging. The memory appears, but you no longer instinctively surrender the entire night to it. You acknowledge what happened. You recognize the emotions it once carried. Then, instead of allowing the experience to quietly decide how tomorrow will feel, you gently return your attention to the present moment. The memory remains part of your story, but it no longer controls the direction of the next chapter. That small difference slowly changes the emotional atmosphere surrounding each evening, because the past is no longer invited to rewrite the future every time it knocks at the door of your awareness. This practice also changes the way you understand healing itself. Healing is often imagined as the complete disappearance of pain, as though success means never remembering difficult experiences again. Life rarely unfolds that way. Certain memories remain because they shaped important parts of your journey. The goal is not to erase them. The goal is to loosen their authority. A healed wound may still leave a scar, but the scar no longer dictates how you move through each day. It reminds you of where you have been without preventing you from continuing forward. Emotional healing follows a similar path. The memory remains available, yet it no longer decides your mood before breakfast, your confidence before new opportunities, or your peace before sleep. The experience belongs to your past without continuing to own your present. Little by little, yesterday loses its invisible authority. The lessons remain because they continue offering wisdom. The unnecessary emotional weight quietly fades because it is no longer strengthened through constant repetition. You stop measuring tomorrow according to what happened before and begin allowing each new day to arrive with its own possibilities. This is not blind optimism or forced positivity. It is disciplined presence. It is the quiet decision to meet life as it unfolds, instead of asking every new moment to answer for the mistakes, disappointments, and fears that belong to another time. From that place, peace stops depending upon changing the past. It grows from refusing to let the past quietly decide the emotional meaning of a future that has not even begun. This quiet transition matters because character is rarely shaped during extraordinary moments alone. More often, it develops through the ordinary habits repeated when nobody else is watching. A single evening of patient reflection may appear insignificant, yet repeated across months and years, it quietly changes the direction of an entire life. The mind remembers what is practiced consistently. If every night ends with endless worry, fear slowly becomes familiar. If every evening concludes with honest observation, acceptance, and perspective, those qualities also begin settling into the deeper layers of your thinking. You are not merely ending another day. You are teaching the subconscious what deserves to continue and what no longer belongs. That lesson repeats itself while the body rests, allowing tomorrow to begin from a different emotional foundation than yesterday ended. Many people underestimate this process because they expect visible progress. They hope to wake one morning completely transformed, free from every lingering fear or emotional burden. Change rarely announces itself so dramatically. Instead, mornings begin feeling slightly different in ways that are easy to overlook. You wake with less mental heaviness than before. Certain worries no longer greet you the moment your eyes open. A familiar memory appears, yet it carries less emotional intensity than it once did. These changes seem almost too subtle to matter, but they reveal something important. The quiet work taking place each evening is slowly influencing the person waking each morning. Growth continues while you sleep, because the habits practiced before sleep continue shaping the mind long after conscious awareness has faded. As this rhythm becomes familiar, sleep itself begins carrying a sense of quiet purpose. You no longer rush toward unconsciousness simply to escape the day behind you. You allow the day to conclude with honesty first. Whatever deserves gratitude is acknowledged. Whatever deserves correction is recognized without harshness. Whatever no longer serves you is gently placed down instead of being carried forward out of habit. This simple practice creates emotional continuity between one day and the next. Tomorrow is no longer forced to begin beneath yesterday's unfinished weight, because much of that weight has already been examined with patience. Rest becomes deeper because the mind is no longer struggling to organize countless unresolved experiences while you sleep. It enters the night with greater order, allowing restoration to reach beyond the body into the quieter places where character is slowly formed. Eventually, you stop thinking of sleep as a passive experience that simply happens at the end of every day. It becomes an active part of the life you are intentionally building. Each evening offers another chance to strengthen the qualities you wish to carry into the future while gently releasing those that no longer belong. Morning arrives not because time has moved forward, but because another quiet transformation has already begun beneath awareness. The world outside may remain unchanged when you open your eyes, yet something inside continues becoming steadier, clearer, and more deliberate than it was the night before. That is the hidden gift waiting within every peaceful evening. Sleep ceases to be merely the place where today's fatigue comes to an end. It becomes the quiet passage through which yesterday slowly gives way to the wiser, calmer person you are patiently becoming, one intentional night at a time. Every peaceful night quietly strengthens something that cannot easily be seen from the outside. It is not simply giving the body another opportunity to recover from physical effort. It is teaching the mind how to meet tomorrow differently. Earlier, each new challenge often pulled you immediately into familiar emotional habits before awareness had time to arrive. A small inconvenience became lasting frustration. Unexpected criticism shaped the rest of the day. Uncertainty quietly grew into anxiety before any real evidence existed. These These reactions felt natural because they had been practiced countless times before. The mind had become remarkably efficient at repeating them. As Epictetus observed, men are disturbed not by things, but by the views they take of them. Now another pattern slowly begins taking their place. Each evening spent calming unnecessary mental noise becomes another lesson in steadiness. Night after night, the mind quietly learns that not every situation will surrender. This lesson becomes part of you long before you consciously notice it appearing in daily life. This happens because the mind remembers whatever it practices consistently. Earlier, evenings often reinforced restless thinking. Worries were repeated before sleep. Regrets were replayed. Imaginary conversations quietly continued long after they had ended in reality. Those nightly habits strengthened emotional pathways that naturally reappeared the following day. Without intending to, you practiced reacting before reflecting. As your evenings become calmer, another form of repetition quietly replaces the old one. You repeatedly return to patience instead of urgency. You repeatedly choose observation before judgment. You repeatedly allow difficult thoughts to pass without following every one of them into endless conclusions. The subconscious gradually accepts these experiences as the new pattern worth preserving. By morning, those repeated moments have already begun influencing the way you meet whatever life places in front of you. This transformation rarely announces itself while it is happening. More often, you recognize it only after looking back. A situation that once would have ruined your entire afternoon now occupies only a few quiet minutes before your attention naturally returns to the present. Someone else's criticism still stings, but it no longer echoes throughout the entire evening. An unexpected delay interrupts carefully made plans, yet you notice yourself adjusting with surprising ease instead of immediately becoming overwhelmed. None of these moments feel extraordinary while they unfold. They simply feel calmer than they once did. Only later do you realize that your mind has quietly learned another way of responding because of countless peaceful nights spent strengthening awareness instead of automatic reaction. This growing steadiness also changes the way you experience uncertainty. Earlier, uncertainty often demanded immediate answers because unanswered questions felt emotionally unsafe. The mind searched relentlessly for certainty, believing that peace could only exist once every possible outcome had been predicted. Gradually, another understanding begins taking root. You recognize that uncertainty has always been part of life. The difference is that it no longer feels like an emergency. Peace becomes less dependent upon knowing exactly what tomorrow will bring, because you have begun trusting the quality of your own response more than the predictability of external circumstances. That trust grows quietly each evening as you repeatedly practice remaining present with thoughts that once would have immediately carried you into fear. This practice also reshapes the emotional rhythm of ordinary days. Earlier, a single unpleasant event often influenced everything that followed. One frustrating conversation colored the next several hours. One disappointing email affected every interaction afterward. One anxious thought quietly shaped the mood of the entire day. As the mind becomes steadier, emotional experiences begin remaining closer to the moments where they actually belong. Disappointment still exists, but it no longer expands into every unrelated situation. Frustration appears, yet it fades instead of collecting companions along the way. Joy becomes easier to notice because attention is no longer constantly occupied by emotional echoes from earlier experiences. The present moment gradually regains the space that old reactions once occupied without permission. Perhaps the greatest gift of this process is the confidence it quietly creates. Not confidence built upon believing life will always be easy, but confidence rooted in knowing that you no longer need perfect circumstances to remain emotionally grounded. Challenges continue arriving because that is simply part of being alive. Unexpected losses, difficult conversations, and uncertain seasons remain woven into every human life. What changes is your relationship with them. Instead of feeling controlled by every emotional wave, you begin trusting your ability to remain present until wiser responses naturally emerge. That trust cannot be purchased, borrowed, or inherited. It is built one peaceful evening at a time through repeated moments of awareness that quietly become part of your character. Eventually, every peaceful night becomes far more than another opportunity for rest. It becomes another quiet investment in the person you are becoming. The calm cultivated in silence follows you into conversations, decisions, disappointments, and moments of uncertainty. Long before anyone else notices the difference, your own mind begins recognizing familiar challenges without automatically following familiar reactions. The same world still exists around you, filled with unpredictability, change, and occasional hardship. Yet within that same world, another kind of stability has quietly taken root. It is strengthened each night through patient reflection, gentle awareness, and the simple decision to meet yourself with honesty before sleep. When morning arrives, you carry more than renewed energy. You carry a steadier mind, one increasingly capable of choosing calm where it once knew only reaction, and that quiet ability continues growing with every peaceful night that follows. Gradually, almost without realizing when it began, you notice that situations which once disturbed you now pass through your mind with surprising ease. The circumstances themselves have not changed very much. Life continues bringing delays, misunderstandings, disappointments, and moments that refuse to unfold according to your plans. People still have difficult days. Unexpected problems still appear without warning. The difference lies somewhere much quieter than the events themselves. Earlier, every inconvenience seemed capable of reaching deep into your emotional world, leaving a mark that remained long after the situation had ended. Now those same experiences still arrive, but they no longer settle in the same way. They touch your awareness without immediately becoming part of your identity. The mind has quietly learned that not every disturbance deserves permanent residence. Some moments belong only to themselves, and allowing them to remain there becomes one of the greatest forms of inner freedom. This change often feels almost confusing because it happens so naturally. You may find yourself leaving a difficult conversation without replaying every sentence for the rest of the evening. A criticism that once would have followed you for days now occupies only a few thoughtful moments before quietly fading into the background. An unexpected setback still requires your attention, but it no longer convinces you that everything else is falling apart. None of these experiences become smaller in an objective sense. Instead, your relationship with them becomes healthier. You stop adding unnecessary emotional weight to situations that are already complete. Once something has happened, it no longer needs to happen again inside your mind 100 different times. That quiet realization saves an incredible amount of emotional energy that was previously spent fighting battles that had already ended. This is not because you have become indifferent. In fact, many people misunderstand emotional steadiness by assuming it requires caring less about life. The opposite is often true. You begin caring more wisely. Instead of investing your attention equally in every passing frustration, you become more selective about where your emotional energy belongs. Some moments deserve deep reflection because they reveal something important about your values, your character, or the direction of your life. Others deserve only acknowledgement before being allowed to continue on their way. Earlier, everything felt equally urgent because the mind had not yet learned the difference. Now discernment quietly replaces emotional impulse. That simple shift changes the quality of every ordinary day, because attention is no longer constantly scattered across experiences that no longer deserve it. One reason this transformation feels so significant is that peace gradually stops depending upon perfect circumstances. Earlier, calm often seemed fragile. It survived only while everything unfolded according to expectation. As soon as plans changed or someone behaved unfairly, that calm quickly disappeared. This created a difficult way of living because external conditions are constantly changing. There will always be delays, misunderstandings, disappointments, and uncertainties waiting somewhere ahead. Building peace upon circumstances is like building a house upon moving water. No matter how carefully it is constructed, instability eventually appears. Through quiet reflection, another foundation slowly begins forming. Instead of asking the world to remain predictable before allowing yourself to feel settled, you begin carrying that steadiness with you into whatever the world happens to bring. This does not mean difficult emotions disappear forever. They still arrive because they remain part of being human. Sadness continues visiting during seasons of loss. Frustration appears when plans unexpectedly collapse. Fear still whispers whenever life enters unfamiliar territory. The important difference is that these emotions no longer become permanent guides directing every decision. They are experienced honestly without being given complete control. Earlier, one emotional wave often carried the entire mind with it. Now the wave still rises, but something steady remains beneath it. You recognize that feelings naturally change, and because of that understanding, you stop treating each emotional moment as though it represents an unchanging truth about your life. The emotion passes, while your deeper sense of balance quietly remains. The evenings continue strengthening this way of living because they repeatedly remind you how temporary most disturbances truly are. Thoughts that felt overwhelming during the afternoon often appear much smaller after patient reflection. Conversations that seemed impossible to stop replaying eventually lose their urgency once they are observed calmly instead of endlessly repeated. The mind begins recognizing this pattern through experience rather than theory. It learns that emotional storms naturally settle when they are not constantly fed with additional attention. This quiet confidence changes tomorrow before tomorrow even begins. You fall asleep carrying fewer unfinished emotional conversations, and you wake with greater space available for whatever the new day asks of you. As this becomes your normal way of living, another unexpected change quietly appears. You stop measuring your days according to how many problems occurred and begin noticing how you responded to them instead. Earlier, a difficult day automatically became a bad day. Now you recognize that challenge and suffering are not always the same experience. A demanding conversation can still contain patience. A disappointing outcome can still contain gratitude. An uncertain future can still contain quiet confidence. Circumstances continue changing from one day to the next, but your inner response becomes increasingly stable because it is no longer built entirely upon external conditions. This realization quietly changes the way you understand success itself. Success becomes less about controlling everything around you and more about remaining faithful to the qualities you wish to carry, regardless of what life presents. People around you often begin noticing this before you do. Conversations with you feel calmer. Difficult situations no longer escalate as quickly because your emotional state is not immediately pulled into every conflict. You become easier to trust because your reactions grow more consistent. This does not happen because you are trying to impress anyone. It happens because inner steadiness naturally expresses itself outwardly. Calmness has a quiet influence that requires no explanation. Others sense it long before they understand where it came from. The countless evenings spent practicing awareness, patience, and honest reflection begin appearing in ordinary moments that seem completely unrelated to those quiet nights. What once happened only in silence gradually becomes part of the way you move through the entire world. Eventually, you realize that peace has become something entirely different from what you once imagined. It is no longer a reward waiting at the end of perfect circumstances or flawless days. It has become a quiet companion that remains with you through both pleasant and difficult moments alike. The world continues changing because that is its nature. Some days bring unexpected joy, others bring disappointment, and many bring both at the same time. Yet beneath all those changing experiences, something steady continues growing. Your mind no longer clings so tightly to every passing disturbance, because it has learned that lasting peace was never created by controlling the world. It was quietly built through countless evenings of returning your attention to what truly matters, until the person meeting each new day became stronger than the circumstances trying to disturb them. This growing emotional stability is often misunderstood because it looks very different from what many people expect. From the outside, someone who has become calmer may appear less emotional than before, leading others to assume they have simply stopped caring. The truth is almost the opposite. Emotional stability is not emotional numbness. It is not the absence of feeling, nor is it the result of building walls so high that nothing can reach the heart. Feelings continue arriving with the same honesty they always have. Joy still feels meaningful, disappointment still hurts, loss still carries its natural weight. Compassion remains just as deep. The difference is found in what happens after those emotions appear. Instead of immediately allowing them to determine every thought, every decision, and every reaction, you quietly create enough space for understanding to join the conversation. Over time, that small habit becomes one of the greatest sources of inner freedom, because your emotional life is no longer controlled by whichever feeling happened to arrive first. Earlier, emotions often behaved like sudden storms. A single event could completely change the direction of an entire day. Someone's words echoed endlessly in your thoughts. An unexpected setback spread frustration into conversations that had nothing to do with the original problem. Fear quietly attached itself to situations that had not even unfolded yet. None of this happened because you were weak. It happened because the mind naturally followed emotional pathways it had practiced for years. Once a feeling appeared, habit immediately stepped forward and continued the story without asking whether another response might be possible. Everything moved so quickly that awareness struggled to keep pace. The feeling arrived, the reaction followed, and only much later did reflection quietly ask whether things could have unfolded differently. As patient awareness develops, this familiar pattern begins changing. The emotion still appears because emotions remain part of being alive. But instead of instantly becoming the center of your entire experience, it becomes something you are capable of observing with greater clarity. You notice frustration while recognizing that frustration does not have to choose your next words. You feel fear without immediately assuming fear understands the future. Sadness arrives, yet it is no longer mistaken for permanent hopelessness. These distinctions seem almost invisible while they are happening, yet they quietly reshape the emotional atmosphere surrounding everyday life. Feelings stop functioning like commands that demand immediate obedience. They become valuable signals, offering information without automatically taking complete control. This shift happens because understanding slowly replaces urgency. Earlier, uncomfortable emotions seemed to require immediate action. If anger appeared, the mind searched for someone to blame. If anxiety surfaced, it demanded certainty before allowing peace to return. If disappointment arrived, it quickly began constructing stories about what the future would probably become. The emotional response felt so convincing that there seemed little reason to question it. Gradually, another possibility emerges. Instead of rushing to satisfy every emotional impulse, you remain still long enough to understand where the feeling came from. Sometimes it reflects the present moment, honestly. Other times it carries echoes from experiences that happened years ago. That quiet investigation often reveals that the emotion itself was never the problem. The problem came from assuming every feeling deserved immediate belief before understanding had an opportunity to appear. This is why emotional stability should never be confused with emotional suppression. Suppression pushes emotions deeper beneath awareness, while pretending they no longer exist. Stability gently welcomes them into awareness without allowing them to quietly govern everything that follows. There is remarkable strength in feeling something deeply without becoming completely consumed by it. A difficult conversation can still hurt while leaving your sense of worth untouched. A disappointing outcome can still deserve sadness without convincing you that all future efforts will fail. Even grief, one of life's deepest emotional experiences, can exist alongside quiet acceptance rather than endless resistance. None of this removes pain from the human experience. It simply prevents pain from becoming the only experience available. Night after night, this understanding continues strengthening through repeated practice. The evenings become opportunities to observe emotional patterns instead of automatically continuing them. Earlier, a difficult day often followed you into bed exactly as it happened, bringing every frustration, every regret, and every unfinished conversation into another restless night. Now, the same experiences are met differently. You acknowledge what happened honestly. You notice the emotions that remain. Then, instead of feeding them endless attention, you gently ask what deserves to continue into tomorrow and what has already served its purpose. This simple discipline teaches the subconscious something important. It learns that difficult emotions do not always require endless rehearsal before they can finally be released. As this habit becomes familiar, emotional resilience quietly grows beneath ordinary life. Situations that once produced immediate frustration now invite thoughtful observation first. Fear still whispers, but it no longer speaks with unquestioned authority. Criticism still reaches you, yet it no longer defines your entire evening. This change is not dramatic because it develops through hundreds of small decisions rather than one extraordinary breakthrough. Each evening spent choosing understanding instead of impulsive reaction quietly strengthens another layer of character. Eventually, these repeated choices become so natural that they no longer feel like techniques at all. They simply become part of the way you experience the world. People sometimes worry that becoming emotionally steady will somehow make life less meaningful. They fear calmness might reduce passion or weaken their ability to love deeply. The opposite often proves true. When your emotions are no longer constantly pulled in every direction by impulse, you become more available for what genuinely matters. You listen more carefully because defensiveness no longer interrupts every conversation. You appreciate joyful moments more fully because your attention is not trapped inside endless emotional noise. Compassion becomes easier because your own inner struggles no longer occupy every corner of your awareness. Presence quietly replaces emotional turbulence, allowing life to be experienced with greater depth rather than less. Eventually, you recognize that emotional stability was never about becoming someone who rarely feels. It was always about becoming someone who understands what they feel before deciding what to do with it.
I didn't mean to leave my stream on.